Section 1. The secrets nobody was supposed to find. There is a particular kind of secret that a television show buries differently from the rest. Some secrets get hidden in plain sight, tucked into background details, slipped into dialogue that moves too fast to catch, dropped into a scene and then covered over with a joke before your brain has time to register what you just heard. Those secrets feel almost playful. The writers knew you might find them. They left the door unlocked on purpose. But then there are the other kind, the secrets that require actual effort to keep. The ones where the writers had to go back and check their work, had to make sure a certain episode contradicted a certain other episode just enough to prevent any one narrative from fully forming. The secrets where the answer exists somewhere in 36 years of material, but the material has been arranged in such a way that pulling out that one thread causes 15 others to tangle. Those are the secrets we're going to talk about tonight. This is a ranking. 12 secrets from the longest-running animated series in television history, arranged not by how dark they are or how clever they are, but by the one quality that separates the casual Easter egg from the genuine cover-up: how hard someone worked to make sure you didn't see it. Some of these secrets were buried with a shovel, some were buried with an excavator. And the one sitting at the top of the list, the secret that the show has been maintaining across 36 seasons, 788 episodes, and somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 hours of runtime, that one was buried so deep and with such meticulous, systematic effort that the people responsible for burying it are still working the night shift. Before we get into the ranking, it helps to understand what we're actually measuring when we talk about how hard a secret was buried. A buried secret in a television show isn't the same as a buried secret in real life. In real life, you bury a secret by destroying evidence, buying silence, and controlling access to information. In a television show running for 4 decades, you bury a secret by doing something more sophisticated and, in its own way, more impressive. You bury it through contradiction. You introduce a detail, let it sit for a few seasons until people start noticing it, and then you air an episode that seems to address it while actually making it more confusing. You flood the zone with explanations that almost work but don't quite fit, so that anyone trying to construct a clear picture ends up with 4 or 5 competing half-truths instead of one clean answer. You bury it through normalization. You show the audience something strange, something that should stop them cold, and you surround it with enough familiar comedic rhythm that the strangeness gets absorbed into the texture of the show before anyone has time to ask questions. A three-eyed fish gets pulled out of a river near a nuclear power plant, and within 3 minutes there's a joke and a music cue, and the audience is already laughing at something else. The fish is still there. The question the fish raised is still there, but the show has already moved on, and it's taken the audience with it. And you bury it through volume. 36 seasons is an enormous amount of material. The sheer mass of it creates a kind of informational static that makes any single detail very difficult to hold on to. By the time you notice that something from Season 7 doesn't quite match something from Season 14, you've already sat through enough material in between that the contradiction feels like a quirk rather than a pattern. The forest gets lost in the trees. The trees are all 22 minutes long, and there are 788 of them. So when we rank these secrets by how hard they were buried, what we're really ranking is the sophistication of the concealment. We're asking, did this take 1 layer of misdirection or 3? Did the show accidentally reveal it, or does the show actively work to keep it hidden every time a new episode airs? Is this a secret that one sharp-eyed viewer could catch on a first watch, or is it a secret that required a small army of dedicated fans pooling thousands of hours of close viewing before the shape of it became visible? The entries lower on this list are genuinely interesting. They're the kind of hidden details that reward careful viewers, things the show embedded with evident care, details that illuminate character or continuity in ways that feel earned when you find them. But they weren't actively concealed, they were just quiet. The entries higher on this list are something different. They are stories the show told in fragments, deliberately distributed across years of material in such a way that the complete picture only becomes visible from a very specific angle after a very specific amount of accumulation. They are the things the show worked hardest to make sure you didn't see all at once. And the one at the top will get there. But understand before we do that everything below it is context for it. Every entry in this ranking feeds into the same central structure, the same underlying reality that the show has been constructing and concealing simultaneously since the very first season. By the time we get to number 1, you'll have all the pieces. The picture they form is one the show would very much prefer you not see clearly. Get comfortable. This is going to take a while. Springfield has a lot to answer for. We'll start somewhere quieter than you might expect with a fish, a river, and a report that should have changed everything. If you're watching this right now, drop your location and the time in the comments. There's something quietly wonderful about knowing people are drifting off to this from completely different parts of the world at completely different hours. And if you haven't subscribed yet, this is a good moment for that. Section 2. Ranked Hasn't Zero. The Blinky Cover-Up. Springfield's Three-Eyed Fish and the Environmental Report That Vanished. Let's begin with the most visible secret on this list, which is appropriate because it's also the one the show spent the least effort hiding, and yet the fact that it remains a secret at all, after 36 years of being displayed in full public view within the show's own universe, tells you something important about how Springfield operates. The three-eyed fish has a name. His name is Blinky. He appeared first in Season 2, in an episode called 2 Cars in Every Garage and 3 Eyes on Every Fish. And in that episode, he became something genuinely significant. The first piece of canonical, undeniable, on-screen evidence that the Springfield nuclear power plant was doing measurable biological damage to the living things in its vicinity. Blinky was caught by Bart Simpson in the river that flows near the plant. A reporter photographed him. The photograph went national. A gubernatorial candidate, a man named Dave Hall, running against Mr. Burns himself, used the image in a campaign advertisement. The advertisement framed the fish as exactly what it was, proof that Burns was poisoning the local environment and that the people downstream from his facility were living inside a contamination zone without knowing it. This is the part that's easy to remember because the show dramatized it so vividly. What's harder to remember, because the show moved past it so quickly, is what happened in the weeks and months that followed within the show's own timeline. Nothing happened. Not, nothing significant happened. Not, the investigation stalled. Nothing. Burns ate the fish on live television, made a face, and the story died. No environmental agency followed up. No water testing was announced. No health advisory was issued to Springfield residents. The river near the power plant continued to exist. The power plant continued to operate. Children continued to play in areas near the water. And Blinky, the living proof that something was catastrophically wrong, became a visual gag, a background detail, a piece of show iconography so familiar that it stopped registering as alarming decades ago. But here's the part that requires a slightly closer look to catch. The Blinky story didn't just fade from public consciousness within the show's universe, it was actively discredited within the show's universe. When Burns ate the fish on television, the act was framed as a demonstration of the fish's harmlessness. The gubernatorial candidate's campaign lost momentum. The narrative shifted from evidence of contamination to overblown media hysteria about a fish. And that shift from documented environmental anomaly to dismissed political stunt is the first and most accessible example of the pattern that runs through every entry on this list. The evidence was real. The evidence was documented. The evidence was nationally reported. And through a combination of corporate maneuver, public relations management, and the short attention span of a town that was, as we'll discuss later, already operating under significant cognitive impairment from the very contamination being reported on the evidence was rendered meaningless. Not hidden, not destroyed, rendered meaningless. That's a subtler and more effective form of burial. What makes the Blinky story particularly interesting is the way the show handles Blinky's subsequent appearances. Because Blinky doesn't disappear after Season 2, he keeps showing up. Not in episodes specifically about environmental contamination in background shots, in crowd scenes, in visual gags that use his distinctive silhouette for a quick laugh. He becomes part of Springfield's visual vocabulary, a friendly, recognizable symbol. That transformation from evidence to mascot is not accidental. The show is depicting, with complete awareness, the process by which genuinely disturbing information gets absorbed and neutralized by a culture that can't afford to take it seriously. Blinky started as a warning. He ended as a souvenir. The people of Springfield bought the t-shirt. They put him on their refrigerators. They gave him a name and a personality. And in doing so, they made him something they could be fond of rather than frightened by. This is what buried secrets look like at the shallow end of the depth scale. The secret isn't particularly hidden. Anyone watching the episode when it aired could see exactly what Blinky represented. The burial isn't about concealment, it's about transformation. The dangerous truth gets repackaged until it becomes comfortable, and the comfort becomes so familiar that the original danger stops feeling like danger at all. Now, stretch the Blinky story out across 36 seasons, and you start to see something more interesting. Because Blinky isn't the only mutated thing in the river, he's just the first one they gave a name. The show has, across its run, depicted a remarkable variety of biological anomalies in and around Springfield's water supply. Fish with unusual features, animals with unexpected behaviors, plant life with characteristics that don't correspond to any known species. These aren't concentrated in a single episode or a single storyline, they're scattered across the full breadth of the series, distributed thinly enough that no single season presents more than one or two examples. But if you aggregate them, if you pull every instance of biological strangeness connected to Springfield's water or soil or air across all 36 seasons, the picture that emerges is consistent and specific. The river near the power plant is a mutation engine. It has been producing biological aberrations for the entire run of the show, and the show has been displaying these aberrations openly, while simultaneously ensuring that no character within the show's universe ever connects enough of them at once to understand what they're seeing. That's a deliberate narrative choice. The audience can see the pattern because the audience has an elevated vantage point. They can watch every episode, aggregate the details, and draw the connecting lines. The characters can't do that because the characters live sequentially inside the show's world, and the show's world is specifically designed to prevent that kind of accumulation. Each anomaly appears and then gets buried under enough ordinary Springfield chaos that by the time the next anomaly appears, the previous one has been forgotten by everyone in the scene. The viewers don't forget, though. The viewers have been building a file on Springfield's river for 3 decades, even if they didn't know they were doing it. And the file says something uncomfortable about the town that keeps drinking from it. But Blinky sits at the bottom of this ranking for a reason, and the reason is this. The show never seriously tried to pretend Blinky wasn't what he was. The episode that introduced him was explicit about his origin. The candidate who used him in a political campaign made the connection directly, on screen, with no ambiguity. The story was told plainly. The burial was downstream in the way the show handled the aftermath, in the way Blinky got transformed from alarm to icon over the following seasons. At the levels above this, the secrets are harder to see from the start. The show hid them earlier, at the source, before the audience had a chance to form the question that needed answering. Those are the ones worth losing sleep over. Blinky is just where the trail begins. Let's talk about what's slightly further down it. The environmental report that the show never quite shows you in full is one of the more elegant pieces of concealment in this tier of the ranking. It appears as a background prop in several episodes, a bound document with the words Springfield Environmental Survey or similar visible on the cover, sitting on a desk, tucked under an arm, visible through a window. It shows up just often enough to register as a consistent visual element, but never long enough for the camera to linger on its contents. This could be a simple production detail. Shows use props. Not every prop carries narrative weight. But the consistency of the placement near scenes involving the power plant, near scenes involving Burns's office, near scenes involving the mayor's office suggests that someone made a specific choice about where this document should appear. And the consistent failure of any scene to actually open the document suggests that someone also made a specific choice about what should never be seen. The show's writers have, in various interviews and commentary tracks over the years, alluded to a version of Springfield that was more explicitly sinister in early development, a town where the environmental damage from the plant was more directly stated, where the connection between the plant's violations and the physical characteristics of the residents was meant to be more overt. The show they made is more elliptical than that early vision. The environmental horror is there, distributed through visual detail and implication, but it's never delivered as a clean statement. That shift from overt to elliptical is itself a form of burial. The story the show almost told, the clean, direct version of the radiation contamination narrative, would have been more difficult to ignore. The story the show did tell requires the audience to assemble it from fragments, and the fragmentation means that most viewers never do the assembly. They experience the individual details as quirky background color rather than pieces of a coherent and troubling picture. Blinky is the clearest piece. He's the one the show put up front, showed you directly, and then covered over with familiar jokes. He's the beginning of the trail, but he's also, crucially, the only piece of this trail that the show never tried to pretend wasn't there. Everything above him on this list was buried with more care, more deliberation, and in some cases, with active effort by both the show's characters and the show's narrative structure to direct your attention somewhere else. Let's go deeper. Section 3. Ranked #9 Snowball 1. The first cat, the night she died, and the story Homer never told his daughter. This one is quiet. It's the kind of secret that most viewers don't even register as a secret, because the information it hides is delivered so gently, so peripherally, so far in the margins of the show's main concerns, that it passes without friction. You receive it without realizing you've received it. And then later, sometimes much later, sometimes only after someone points at the detail and says, "Wait a minute," the implications arrive. Snowball the First was the Simpson family's original cat. By the time the show begins, she's already dead. Lisa mentions her occasionally. There's a small grave somewhere near the house. The family got Snowball the Second at some point before the pilot episode, and Snowball the Second is the cat the audience actually knows, the one who appeared in hundreds of episodes, lounging on counters and occasionally receiving a perfunctory pat from a family member. Snowball the First is backstory. She's a detail from before the show, a piece of family history that establishes continuity and depth without ever being dramatized. Most viewers absorb her as exactly that, a pet who died before the story started, mentioned occasionally to give the family texture. But here's the thing about Snowball the First that the show slips past very quietly. She was killed by a car. The driver of the car was, according to a line delivered so casually in an early episode that many viewers miss it entirely, a drunk driver. A drunk driver killed the Simpson family's first cat. This alone wouldn't be particularly significant. Random tragedy is part of life. And the Simpsons universe is full of random tragedies that serve primarily to characterize the low-grade precariousness of working-class existence in Springfield. But there's an additional detail, one that appears even more quietly, in a different episode, delivered in a slightly different context that changes the weight of this story considerably. The drunk driver who killed Snowball the First was Clovis Quimby, a member of the Quimby family, the Springfield political dynasty that has produced the town's mayor and has maintained power in the municipality for decades. Let that sit for a moment. A member of the family that runs Springfield killed a pet belonging to one of Springfield's ordinary working families while driving drunk, and the consequence was, as far as the show ever depicts, nothing. No legal action, no public accountability, no acknowledgement. The animal was buried, the family grieved quietly, they got a new cat, and life continued. The Quimbys remained in power. The city's political apparatus continued to operate exactly as it had before. This is, when you look at it directly, a small but precisely rendered portrait of how power works in Springfield. Not through grand conspiracy, through the simple, ambient, thoroughly normalized reality that the people who run the town operate under a different set of consequences than the people who live in it. Clovis Quimby killed the Simpsons cat, and nothing happened because nothing was supposed to happen. In Springfield, nothing ever happens to the people who hold power, regardless of what they do. The show buried this detail in the most effective way possible, by making it a piece of backstory delivered before the audience had formed strong enough attachments to care about it, and then by never returning to it directly. It appears in the show's historical record like a footnote present, documentable, genuinely there if you look, but surrounded by enough other material that it never accumulates the weight it deserves. Now extend the thought. If this is how the Quimby family handled the death of a family pet with complete impunity, without any apparent pressure to even acknowledge the incident, what does that tell you about how they've handled larger incidents over the years? The Quimby family's history in Springfield is, the show suggests across dozens of episodes, a long and largely unexamined record of exactly this kind of casual, consequence-free misconduct. The pet is just the example small enough to sneak past the audience's defenses. The real secret buried here isn't about the cat. The cat is a window into something larger, the systematic immunity of Springfield's political class, and the show's careful, decades-long project of documenting that immunity in enough detail that it becomes visible in aggregate while remaining individually easy to dismiss. But there's a second layer to the Snowball story, and this one is about Lisa specifically. Lisa Simpson's relationship to Snowball II is one of the show's more consistent through lines, a child's devoted love for an animal, depicted with genuine tenderness in scattered moments across many seasons. Lisa is arguably the character who feels things most deeply in the Simpson family, and her bond with Snowball II is part of the texture of that emotional depth. The show never tells Lisa about the Quimby connection to her first cat's death. Not in any episode that has aired, not as far as the available record shows. Which means that Lisa Simpson, the most perceptive character in her family, the one who most consistently asks the questions that others prefer to leave unasked, the one who has spent her entire childhood pushing against the comfortable evasions of Springfield's power structure, is living with a piece of information about her own family history that she has never been given access to. The truth about who killed her family's first cat, and why nothing was done about it, exists somewhere in the ambient knowledge of Springfield. Someone knows, but not Lisa. This is the particular cruelty of buried secrets in a place like Springfield. They don't just stay hidden from the audience. They stay hidden from the characters who most need them. The information that would give Lisa the clearest possible picture of how power operates in her town, concrete, personal, involving her own family, is the information that has been most effectively kept from her view. And the show doesn't dramatize this concealment, it just maintains it. Episode after episode, Lisa asks large questions about justice and accountability in Springfield, and the show never once gives her the small, specific answer that was available to her from the beginning. The death of Snowball I. The name of the driver. The absence of any consequence. That answer would have told her everything she needed to know. The fact that she never gets it is itself a secret. A secret about who has access to truth in Springfield, and who is quietly, persistently, without dramatic gesture, kept in the dark. Now, there is a third element to the Snowball story that gets even less attention, and it involves Snowball II's eventual fate, or rather, the several different versions of that fate that the show has depicted across its run. Snowball II has died, multiple times, in different episodes, with different causes, and with a different response from the family each time. The most memorable of these deaths occurs in an episode where Lisa goes through a series of replacement pets in rapid succession, each one dying almost immediately after being adopted, each one briefly memorialized, and then replaced with a physically identical cat that Lisa calls Snowball II to avoid having to process another round of loss. This episode is played primarily for comedy and pathos, the image of Lisa desperately trying to maintain the fiction that nothing has changed. That the cat on her bed is the same cat who has always been there, is one of the show's more subtle and affecting pieces of character work. But what it also does, if you're watching from the right angle, is dramatize something about the Springfield family's relationship to loss and continuity that the Snowball I story sets up and never resolves. The Simpson family's history with their pets is a history of loss that gets quietly absorbed and officially denied. Snowball I dies, and the family gets Snowball II. Snowball II dies or appears to die, and Lisa gets another cat she names Snowball II. The name stays the same. The cat underneath the name changes, and the family continues. In the larger structure of the show, this is a microcosm of something the show does constantly and at every scale. Springfield loses things, people, animals, buildings, entire civic institutions, and then finds replacements that wear the same names and occupy the same positions in the same structure, and everything continues as though the replacement was always there. The town is, in a very specific and consistent sense, a machine for replacing things without acknowledging that anything was ever lost. The loss of Snowball I, and the story of how she died, is the smallest and most accessible version of this pattern. It's at the bottom of the ranking because the concealment here was gentle, a piece of backstory casually delivered, a connection never dramatized, a consequence never depicted. Nobody worked very hard to hide this. The show just didn't feel the need to linger. At higher levels of this ranking, the show lingers. It just lingers on the wrong things, the diversions, the redirections, the carefully placed alternative explanations. The truth gets less airtime the more important it is. Snowball the First was the beginning. A quiet, sad beginning. Section 4. Ranked Hashite, the real reason sideshow. Bob kept coming back, and what the writers hid in plain sight every single time. At first glance, the sideshow Bob question seems easy. He came back because he was popular. Kelsey Grammer voiced him. The episodes were well received. The character was sophisticated by the show's own standards, literate, theatrical, possessed of genuine menace beneath his comic grandiosity. Every time he returned, it was an event. The audience looked forward to it. The writers enjoyed writing him. Simple. That's the answer you're supposed to stop at. Most people do stop there because it's accurate, it's satisfying, and it requires no further investigation. And because most people stop there, the thing the show was also doing with Bob's returns, the pattern beneath the pattern, the architecture underneath the comedy goes largely unexamined. Here is what the Sideshow Bob storyline is actually about when you read it with enough accumulated context. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. Sideshow Bob's full name, which the show reveals and then uses only occasionally, is a man of genuine intellectual distinction trapped in a system that has no use for his intelligence. Before his first crime, he was a television personality playing second fiddle to a physically abusive clown for a children's audience. His gifts, classical education, genuine cultural sophistication, real capability for complex thought and planning were being systematically wasted. His employer humiliated him daily on national television. The audience laughed. His first crime, framing Krusty the Clown for armed robbery, was not random. It was a specific act of revenge against a specific person who had been degrading him professionally and personally for years. And the execution of the frame was sophisticated. He understood the evidence that would be needed. He understood how to construct a narrative the police would accept. He understood, at a practical level, how Springfield's institutions worked and how to manipulate them. The frame worked. Krusty was arrested. Sideshow Bob got the show. And then Bart Simpson, 10 years old, figured out what Bob had done in roughly 20 minutes of screen time. This is the detail the show never quite dwells on, but which is absolutely central to understanding what the Sideshow Bob storyline is really about. Bart, a child who by every academic and institutional measure is among the least capable students at Springfield Elementary, identified and dismantled a sophisticated criminal conspiracy in less time than it takes to watch an episode of the show. He caught what the Springfield police missed. He noticed what every adult around him failed to notice. Bob went to prison, and when he got out, he came after Bart. Now, the show frames the ensuing decade-plus of Sideshow Bob episodes as a revenge narrative the villain, humiliated by a child, returning again and again to settle the score. And within that frame, the comedy works beautifully. Bob's elaborate plans always unravel in the face of Bart's stumbling, accidental, constitutionally unlikely survival. The contrast between Bob's genuine intelligence and his repeated failure to outwit a 10-year-old is the engine of the joke. But there's a different way to read the same story, and the different reading is, if anything, more consistent with what the show actually depicts. Sideshow Bob does not keep coming back because he cannot accept defeat. He keeps coming back because Bart Simpson is the only person in Springfield who has ever actually seen him. Not seen through his disguise or caught him in a lie, seen him. Bart encountered Bob at the height of his criminal competence, understood exactly what he had done and how, and successfully argued that case to a courtroom full of adults who were prepared to dismiss him as a child. That encounter, a genuine collision between two of the more capable people in Springfield, each recognizing something real in the other, is the most meaningful thing that has happened to either of them. And the show buries this by wrapping it in the vocabulary of predator and prey, villain and hero, a chase narrative that makes the relationship look purely adversarial. What the chase narrative obscures is the degree to which Bob and Bart's repeated encounters are, at some level, genuinely sought by both parties. Bart always seems to find Bob. Bob always seems to find Bart. And when they're in proximity, both of them become versions of themselves that don't appear anywhere else in the show. Bart becomes methodical, focused, capable of sustained analytical thinking. Bob becomes genuinely invested not just in the revenge plot, but in the encounter itself. There is a famous moment in a later Sideshow Bob episode where Bob actually catches Bart. He has him. The revenge he's been planning for years is within reach, And rather than completing it, Bob delays. He performs. He sings. He recites Gilbert and Sullivan at length. He gives Bart time to survive. The show presents this as comic hubris, the villain who can't stop monologuing long enough to follow through. But watch it again. Bob doesn't delay because of vanity. Bob delays because the thing he wants from Bart, genuine recognition, genuine engagement, genuine acknowledgement of what he actually is, requires Bart to be alive and present and paying attention. A dead Bart is a completed revenge plot. A living Bart is a continuation of the only relationship in Springfield that has ever treated Bob as something other than a buffoon in a funny costume. The show hides this reading by consistently playing Bob's interactions with Bart as pure antagonism. The warmth underneath the mutual recognition, the strange and specific quality of two unusually capable people who can't stop finding their way back to each other, is present in the material, but it's never named, never acknowledged, never brought to the foreground where it might complicate the revenge narrative. And there's one more layer under this that the show buries even more carefully. Sideshow Bob's Family. The show introduced Bob's family in a later season episode and played the reveal for shock and comedy, the revelation that Bob's brother, Cecil, his mother, his father, and various other Terwilligers share his theatrical pomposity, his elevated diction, and his contempt for the ordinary was treated as a one-time joke about nature versus nurture. But the family's subsequent appearances scattered across several more seasons contain a consistent subtext that the show never directly addresses. The Terwilliger family is not random. They are, across multiple generations and multiple family members, people of genuine intelligence and capability who have found themselves in positions either of frustrated potential or active criminality. Cecil, who is arguably as intelligent as Bob, spent years in a position of professional humiliation that mirrored the exact circumstances that radicalized Bob in the first place. Bob and Cecil's relationship is one of competitive resentment wrapped around genuine familial affection. Two extraordinarily capable people who cannot quite figure out how to exist in the same world without destroying each other. What this family portrait suggests, and what the show never quite says directly, is that the Terwilliger family represents a consistent type that Springfield produces and then fails. The person whose actual capacities far exceed what Springfield's social and professional structure can accommodate. Bob was a second-fiddle clown. Cecil was a maintenance worker despite an evident aptitude for engineering and finance. Their capabilities had no legitimate outlet, and in the absence of legitimate outlets, those capabilities were directed toward elaborate and generally self-defeating criminal projects. Springfield didn't create Sideshow Bob, but Springfield definitely failed to do anything useful with what Sideshow Bob actually was. The show buries this reading by treating Bob as exotic, a theatrical villain imported from some more elevated cultural plane, whose sophistication is inherently incongruous with Springfield's setting. The joke is always Bob among the ordinary people, Bob's refinement in contrast with Homer's vulgarity. But that framing obscures the degree to which Bob is a Springfield story, a story about what happens to intelligence in an environment that doesn't value it, in a town that systematically fails to notice the people in its midst who are capable of something more than what they've been assigned. Bart caught Bob. Bob keeps coming back for Bart. And somewhere in the middle of all those return engagements, in the space between the threat and the escape and the Gilbert and Sullivan, two people in Springfield are genuinely paying attention to each other. The show hid that by calling it a revenge plot. It worked. Most people bought it. Section 5. Ranked #7 The Burns Dynasty. Every secret fortune, stolen life, and hidden crime, spanning 130 years. The show tells you Burns is old. It tells you he's powerful. It tells you he's cruel and funny and occasionally pathetic and always dangerous. What it does not tell you what it distributes across 3 decades of material in careful, deliberate fragments is the full extent of what the Burns family has actually done. Not just Burns himself. The dynasty, the institution, the multi-generational project of wealth accumulation and power maintenance that Charles Montgomery Burns inherited and extended and will, if the trajectory holds, extend further still into a future the show declines to depict. Start at the beginning, as far back as the show allows us to reach. The Burns family fortune predates the Industrial Revolution in America. The show establishes this in scattered references across multiple seasons, mentions of family wealth that was already substantial before the Civil War, references to Burns' ancestors who participated in the Gilded Age not as witnesses but as architects, allusions to a family history so old and so deeply embedded in American power that its origins are genuinely difficult to date with precision. This is not nothing. A family fortune that predates the Industrial Revolution in America is a fortune that was built before the regulatory frameworks that currently constrain capital accumulation existed. It was built in an era when the mechanisms that powerful families use to acquire and hold wealth, land seizure, labor exploitation, the creative use of political influence, and the systematic exclusion of competing interests were not merely legal but were the foundational logic of the American economy. The Burns dynasty, in other words, was built by people who operated in a world where what they were doing was not only permitted but celebrated. And what they were doing, based on the fragments the show provides, was the same thing Charles Montgomery Burns continues to do in Springfield: identify a resource other people need, gain control of it, and then charge those people whatever you can get away with for access to it. In Springfield, the resource is electricity. Before electricity, the show's scattered historical references suggest it was other things: land, water rights, transportation infrastructure, financial instruments. The specific resource changes across generations. The fundamental structure doesn't. What makes the Burns dynasty interesting as a secret is the way the show handles its historical crimes. Because Burns is not just a businessman who drives hard bargains. The show has, across its run, depicted or referenced specific historical crimes committed by Burns or his ancestors that carry enormous weight when you enumerate them outside the context of individual episodes. There is the stolen trillion-dollar bill, an actual piece of United States currency that Burns took from the government during World War II and held privately for decades. The show plays this as a caper, an adventure, and ultimately a comedy. But a stolen trillion-dollar bill is, stripped of its comic presentation, an act of grand theft against the federal government during a national emergency. The stolen currency represents resources that were meant to serve a public-purpose war materiel, military operations, the survival of the democratic world order that instead were quietly pocketed by one man and added to his already incalculable private fortune. Nobody ever prosecuted Burns for this. Nobody ever filed charges. Nobody ever made a serious public case that this man had stolen more money from the United States government than the GDP of most nations. The show mentioned it, played it for jokes, and moved on. There is the biological weapons laboratory. The show establishes clearly, in the Mother Simpson storyline, that Burns operated a facility in Springfield producing weapons-grade biological agents, pathogens, engineered to cause mass casualties, developed in a town full of ordinary people who had no idea they were living downwind of a germ warfare research station. This is not ambiguous. The show depicts the facility explicitly. It depicts the biological agents. It depicts Mona Simpson's group destroying them, and then it moves on. Burns never faced legal consequences for operating an illegal biological weapons facility. The show's universe accepted the existence and destruction of that facility as a completed historical event and folded it into Mona's backstory without ever treating it as the extraordinary crime it actually represented. There is the sustained environmental contamination, the ongoing poisoning of Springfield's water supply through the plant's 342 documented violations, the radioactive waste disposed of in playgrounds and waterways, the cracked cooling towers, the luminous rats, the human skeletons in the basement. We'll return to this at length when we reach the top of the ranking. For now, note simply that every single one of these violations constitutes a crime, and that Burns has committed them continuously, over decades, without meaningful legal consequence. The pattern is not subtle once you see it. Burns commits large crimes and small ones with equal frequency, in full view of the show's universe, and the consequences are consistently minimal to non-existent. The show explains this through Burns's wealth and influence. He buys politicians, he retains legal teams, he has the infrastructure to absorb and deflect accountability. These explanations are adequate for individual incidents, but accumulated across 130 years of family history, they add up to something the show never quite names directly. The Burns dynasty is the story of an institution that has operated above the law for so long that its immunity has become structural, baked into the fabric of Springfield society, its economy, its political culture, its relationship to the land it sits on, and the water it drinks. Burns doesn't evade accountability through clever maneuvering anymore. He evades it because the systems that would hold him accountable were shaped, over generations, by people who worked for him, or owed him, or were afraid of him. The accountability infrastructure was never built, or was built and then quietly dismantled, because the people who would have built it understood who would be building it against. And this is what the show buries with the most care in the Burns dynasty storyline. The degree to which the ordinary people of Springfield are participants in their own exploitation, not through stupidity or malice, but through the accumulated weight of dependency. Springfield's economy runs on the plant runs on Burns runs on the town. It is a closed loop of mutual necessity that looks from inside like just the way things are, and that looks from outside like one of the more elegant pieces of institutional design in the history of fictional villainy. The show gives you all of this. Every piece is there. But the pieces are separated by years of airtime and surrounded by enough comedy that the structure only becomes visible when you step far enough back to see the whole thing at once. That step is what most viewers never quite take. Burns's personal history adds another dimension to the dynasty narrative that the show handles with particular delicacy. The young Charles Montgomery Burns depicted in flashback episodes with a kind of melancholy that the show doesn't fully commit to but clearly intends was not born the monster he became. The show offers glimpses of a child who was, whatever else he was, genuinely innocent at the start. A boy from a wealthy family, yes. A boy raised in an atmosphere of expectation and entitlement, certainly. But a boy nonetheless, with the ordinary human capacities for warmth and attachment and affection that the adult Burns performs only in degraded and grotesque forms. Something happened. The show never tells you exactly what, and this is one of its more intentional silences. The trajectory from young Montgomery to the man who would steal $1 trillion from his country's government in its hour of need, who would build biological weapons in a residential town, who would spend decades actively destroying the health and cognitive function of his own workforce without apparent remorse, that trajectory is not explained. It's implied. It's sketched in fragments. What the fragments suggest is that the transformation was not sudden. It was gradual, incremental, reinforced by success, and insulated from consequence. Each crime that went unpunished made the next one easier. Each act of cruelty that produced no social cost reduced the internal friction against the next act. Burns did not become monstrous all at once. He became monstrous the way rich men of a certain type often do, one small compromise at a time, in an environment specifically designed to make each compromise feel reasonable. The dynasty is the environment. The environment made the man, and the man remade the environment to perpetuate the conditions that made him possible. That's the thing the show works hardest to keep you from seeing clearly, because seeing it clearly means recognizing that Burns is not an anomaly, not a unique evil that Springfield was unlucky enough to attract. He's the logical product of a specific set of conditions, and those conditions are not unique to Springfield. They're very familiar. That's the whole point. Section 6. Ranked #6. What happened to Bart's intelligence? The quiet erasure of a gifted child. This entry requires a kind of patience to explain, because the secret it describes is not a single moment or a single decision. It's a process that unfolded across years, imperceptibly, the way a river changes course, not through any dramatic event, but through the sustained, incremental pressure of water finding the path of least resistance. Bart Simpson is not stupid. The show says he is, repeatedly and definitively. His teachers say it, his principal says it, his standardized test scores say it. His father occasionally says it, though Homer's authority on matters of intelligence is a subject worth treating with some skepticism. The received wisdom about Bart Simpson, embedded in the show's narrative from the early seasons and reinforced through decades of subsequent material, is that he is a poor student, a troublemaker, a child of below-average academic ability who is compensated for his intellectual limitations with physical agility, social cunning, and an unusually developed talent for getting out of situations that his equally developed talent for getting into them created. But look at what Bart actually does when the show is paying close attention. He caught Sideshow Bob. We discussed this. The police didn't catch him. The adults around Bart didn't catch him. Bart caught him by noticing a detail the size of Krusty's feet relative to the shoes in the surveillance footage that required both sharp visual attention and the ability to draw a specific inference from a specific piece of evidence, and then construct a coherent argument that held up in a courtroom. He has, across multiple episodes, demonstrated an understanding of social dynamics and interpersonal manipulation that exceeds that of most adults in the show. His pranks are not random chaos, they are engineered, planned, contingency mapped. The famous prank calls to Moe's Tavern, which run through the early seasons as a recurring bit, require Bart to maintain multiple competing concerns simultaneously. The plausibility of the fake name, the emotional leverage on Moe, the comic timing, and the management of any bystanders. For a child described as academically deficient, this represents a fairly sophisticated cognitive operation. He has demonstrated, on multiple occasions, the ability to rapidly acquire new skills when he finds a reason to care about them. Skateboarding, obviously, but also music, languages, physical disciplines, and in one memorable storyline, a brief and spectacular display of genuine academic capability when circumstances gave him access to the right kind of instruction. So what happened? The show happened. Specifically, the show's institutional needs happened. And understanding what those needs were is central to understanding the particular cruelty of what was done to Bart's character across the series. In the early seasons, Bart was the show's protagonist. The show was originally conceived as Bart's show, the misfit, the rebel, the kid who wouldn't comply, whose resistance to the adult world's demands made him the audience's proxy. The show was built around the question of what a child like Bart does when confronted by a system that doesn't know what to do with him. And the early episodes took that question seriously. They let Bart be smart in the ways Bart was smart. They let him solve problems. They let him occasionally be right when the adults around him were wrong. Then the show shifted. Homer became the center of the family and, gradually, the center of the show. The reorientation was natural in some ways. Homer's combination of genuine emotional warmth and spectacular practical incompetence proved to be an extraordinarily rich comedic engine, one that could generate material across an essentially unlimited range of situations. Homer became the reason to tune in, and as Homer expanded, Bart contracted. The contraction was practical. A show that needs Homer to be consistently at the center of the story's problems needs Bart to not solve those problems first. A show that needs Homer to be the most interesting Simpson male needs Bart to not be a version of what Homer might have been if Homer had been smarter at 10 than he is at whatever age Homer perpetually exists at. A show that generates its comedy from Homer's failures needs Bart to not be the kind of kid who prevents failures by seeing them coming. So Bart got dumber, not all at once, not dramatically. But across seasons, the show gradually reduced the frequency of the moments where Bart's actual intelligence was on display, while increasing the frequency of the moments where he was defined by academic failure, impulsive behavior, and a kind of reflexive contrarianism that looked from a sufficient distance, like stupidity. The show didn't erase Bart's intelligence, it buried it. It covered it over with the established shorthand of the Bart Simpson character, the skateboard, the don't have a cow, the D- average, until the shorthand was the character and the intelligence was a detail so occasional and so surrounded by contradicting evidence that it no longer felt like the baseline. It felt like an exception. And here is the specific, buried cruelty in this. The thing Bart had that made him worth watching, the thing the show's creators identified and built the early seasons around, the quality that made his character genuinely interesting, rather than just generically rebellious, his capacity to pay attention to things other people missed, to notice what was actually happening, to cut through the noise to the thing that mattered. That quality, applied fully and consistently, would have transformed the show around him. A Bart who retained his actual intelligence across the full run of the series would have been a character who could not be contained in the traditional sitcom structure. He would have asked too many of the right questions. He would have noticed too many of the things the show needed to go unnoticed. He would have been, among other things, the character most likely to figure out what the power plant was doing to his family. The show needed him not to figure that out, so the show needed him to be less than he was. That is not a minor creative choice. That is a choice with consequences that echo through 36 seasons of material. Every episode where Bart is defined by his failures rather than his capabilities, Every teacher's sigh, every standardized test, every scene where the adults in his life confirm the narrative that he is the child who will amount to nothing, all of it is building a cage. A cage that keeps Bart from becoming the person who could change Springfield by simply paying attention to it. And the show built the cage so gradually and surrounded it with enough familiar comedic texture that most viewers never noticed the work being done. There is a specific episode that illustrates this most clearly, and which deserves more attention than it usually receives. In Season 4, an episode involves Bart being identified as potentially gifted a test result, a moment of displayed capability, an institutional acknowledgement that the child the school has written off might in fact be something other than what the school had assumed. The episode explores what happens when Bart is placed in an environment that expects something of him, and the answer is illuminating. He rises to it. He performs. He demonstrates capabilities that his regular classroom environment had never found a way to access. And then the episode ends, and Bart goes back to being Bart. The gifted classification is quietly set aside. The enriched environment is removed. The expectation of capability is replaced by the familiar low expectation. And Bart, without that scaffold, reverts to the behavior that the regular environment produces in him. The episode is, whether or not the writers intended it this way, a remarkably clear depiction of what educational researchers call the expectation effect. The well-documented tendency for students to perform in accordance with the expectations their environment places on them, rather than in accordance with their actual potential. Bart performs poorly because Springfield Elementary expects him to perform poorly. When the expectation changes, the performance changes. When the expectation reverts, the performance reverts. The show demonstrates this clearly, and then immediately buries it by having the situation return to baseline. The insight is offered and then withdrawn before it can change anything. That is, in miniature, the story of Bart's intelligence across the full series. The show knows what Bart is capable of. It shows you periodically, precisely, and deliberately. And then it puts the cap back on and waits for you to forget before showing you the low expectation version again. The reason Bart's intelligence is ranked #6 on this list, rather than higher, is that the concealment here is institutional and incremental, the result of years of creative decisions made without any single smoking gun. Any one episode where you can point and say, that's where they buried it? The burial was distributed. It was gradual. It was accomplished through 1,000 small compressions rather than one dramatic suppression. Higher on this list, the burials were more deliberate, more specific, more visible, once you know what you're looking for. Let's keep climbing. Section 7, ranked #5. The Flanders Files, Ned's suppressed past, the psychiatrist, and the rage they locked away. Ned Flanders has appeared in more Simpsons episodes than almost any other character outside the immediate Simpson family. He has been a neighbor, a friend, a foil, a widower, a remarried husband, a father, a business owner, and in occasional episodes, a genuine protagonist. He is one of the most recognizable characters in American television history, and the show has been hiding the most important thing about him in plain sight for decades. The reveal came in Season 8, in an episode called Hurricane Nettie. A storm destroys Ned's house. The community rallies to rebuild it. The rebuild is done so poorly with such spectacular incompetence, with such good intentions and such terrible execution that it collapses almost immediately. And Ned, who has absorbed catastrophe after catastrophe across 7 seasons with an unshakable, almost supernatural cheerfulness, snaps. What comes out of Ned when he snaps is not what you'd expect from a man defined by gentleness. He is furious. Not generically frustrated specifically, personally, historically furious. He names names. He enumerates grievances. He produces from somewhere in his carefully maintained interior a complete inventory of every indignity, every injustice, every failure of the community to be what a community should be. He is articulate about it. He is precise about it. He is, in those few minutes of the episode, more specific and more alive than he has been in any of the preceding material, because the person speaking is not the Ned the show has been showing us. It's the Ned underneath that Ned. He's committed to a mental health facility, and there, a doctor explains to Homer what Ned actually is. Ned was a problem child, in the clinical sense, a child who could not be managed through conventional means, who responded to frustration with rage, who exhibited behavioral problems severe enough that his parents sought professional intervention. His parents, being beatnik-era anti-authoritarians who rejected mainstream psychological practice on principle, turned to a specialist who employed a technique the episode presents as extreme, intensive aversion conditioning designed to suppress the expression of anger entirely. To take the child's rage and not redirect it, not process it, not find healthy outlets for it, but to cage it, to lock it down, to build psychological walls around it so high and so thick that Ned himself could no longer access it. The treatment worked. Ned stopped being angry. He became the man we know, relentlessly kind, compulsively generous, constitutionally incapable of expressing resentment regardless of provocation. The cage held, but the rage is still there. The episode makes this explicit. The doctor's diagnosis is that the treatment suppressed the anger rather than resolving it, and that it has been building pressure against its containment for Ned's entire adult life. The hurricane episode was just the moment the pressure found a gap, a crack in the walls. Now, here is the secret that this episode reveals and then immediately begins to bury. Ned Flanders is not a happy man. He has never been a happy man. The happiness is a mask no, that's too simple. It's something more specific and more disturbing than a mask. It's a compelled behavior pattern, engineered into him before he was old enough to consent, that requires him to perform contentment regardless of his actual emotional state. He cannot express anger. He cannot express resentment. He can barely express dissatisfaction. Every negative feeling he has ever had has been forced back down into the basement of his psychology and locked there, where it accumulates alongside everything else that can't find an outlet. The show tells you this. The episode is explicit about it. And then the show continues, for season after season, depicting Ned's cheerfulness as though it were real. After Hurricane Nettie, Ned receives therapy, is apparently stabilized, and returns to being Ned the helpful neighbor, the devoted Christian, the patient foil to Homer's spectacular inconsiderateness. The treatment he received as a child is mentioned occasionally in later seasons, but always in passing, always surrounded by other material, always handled with the show's characteristic light touch that absorbs difficult information and keeps the audience comfortable. What the show never does, what it consistently declines to do, is depict the ongoing cost of Ned's condition. The episode showed you what happens when the conditioning fails catastrophically. It never showed you what it looks like on an ordinary Tuesday. When Ned absorbs another of Homer's intrusions, or another piece of Springfield's casual cruelty, and has to pack it away somewhere in the interior architecture of a man whose interior architecture is already straining under the weight of decades of packed-away feeling. The show buries this not through distraction or misdirection, it buries it through the return to baseline. After Hurricane Nettie, everything goes back to normal. The cheerfulness resumes. The patience resumes. The gentle, slightly nasal voice and the neighborly wave and the sincere offers of assistance resume. And the audience, reassured by the return of the familiar, stops thinking about what the familiar is actually concealing. There is a dimension of Ned's story that gets even less attention than the conditioning narrative, and it involves his relationship to God. Ned Flanders is a deeply, genuinely religious man. His faith is not satirical. The show doesn't hold it up for mockery the way it holds up many of Springfield's belief systems. Ned's faith is depicted as sincere and thoroughgoing. He reads his Bible. He prays. He structures his life around his understanding of God's will. He is, by every measure the show provides, actually doing the thing, not performing religion for social benefit, not using religious identity as tribal membership, but genuinely believing and genuinely trying to live in accordance with those beliefs. And his life, measured by any fair accounting of outcomes, is a long series of losses. His first wife died, not from illness, not from old age. She was killed by a mishap at a sporting event, in an accident that was directly enabled by Homer's behavior. His house was destroyed by a storm. His business has been threatened. His children have faced the ordinary crises of childhood in an above-average amount. His neighbor, the man he is most consistently asked to extend grace toward, is a person who has, by any objective measure, given Ned very little reason to extend grace. And God, within the show's universe, is real. The show establishes this repeatedly and without ambiguity. God appears to Homer. God speaks to Homer. Homer has had multiple direct conversations with the divine. These conversations are depicted as genuine, not as delusion, not as dream sequences with deniability, but as actual encounters with an entity that exists within Springfield's cosmological structure. God has never spoken to Ned, the man who built his entire life around his relationship with God, who has endured more loss than anyone on Evergreen Terrace, who has by every behavioral metric been the most faithful servant of his faith in all of Springfield. That man gets silence. The drunk who falls asleep in church, the man who has spent decades failing professionally, personally, and practically, the man whose relationship to God consists primarily of occasional profanity and sustained negligence, that man gets direct divine communication. The show presents this contrast repeatedly and without ever addressing it directly. It's a subtext that runs beneath dozens of episodes, quietly accumulating, never named. Ned prays. Homer stumbles into conversations with the Almighty. This is not accidental. This is the show's most carefully buried theological statement, distributed across 36 seasons of material with such patience and such consistent lightness of touch that it almost never registers as a statement at all. The universe of The Simpsons does not reward goodness. It rewards something else, something harder to name, something closer to the quality Homer has in abundance, and Ned has almost entirely suppressed. What does Homer have that Ned doesn't? He has access to his own genuine emotional reality. He is, for all his faults, in authentic contact with what he actually feels at any given moment. He loves impulsively and expresses it impulsively. He rages and it passes. He grieves and it moves through him. His psychology, damaged as it demonstrably is not caged in the way Ned's is. Homer's interior is a chaos. Ned's is a prison. The show's universe, perhaps, responds to authenticity in ways it doesn't respond to performance, even sincere involuntary performance. Ned's goodness is real, but it's goodness that was built over suppression, that rests on a foundation of locked-away rage and compressed grief. It's goodness that cannot fully feel itself because the same conditioning that removed the anger also muffled everything underneath it. Homer's goodness, when it appears, in the moments where the show allows him to be genuinely loving, genuinely protective, genuinely there for the people he loves, is raw and unprocessed and unambiguous. It's not sophisticated. It's not decorated with scripture. It just is. And maybe that's what the universe of Springfield responds to. The show never says this. It buries the contrast in the gap between the depicted facts Homer talks to God, Ned doesn't, and declines to offer any interpretation. But the pattern is there, consistent and sustained, and waiting for someone to notice it. Ned Flanders, the saddest man in Springfield, wearing the happiest face. The show worked very hard to make sure you kept looking at the face. Section 8. Ranked #4 Mona Simpson's underground life and the conspiracy that shaped Homer before he was born. We are now in the tier of the ranking where the concealment becomes active. Below this point, the secrets were buried through narrative choice, through the return to baseline, through the distribution of information across enough time, and enough material that assembly required significant effort. From here upward, the secrets were buried through something more deliberate, the use of specific narrative strategies designed to prevent a coherent picture from forming. Mona Simpson's story is the most emotionally devastating secret in the entire show. Not the darkest will get to darker, but the most devastating in the specific sense that understanding it fully changes the way you experience Homer Simpson across all 788 episodes. Every joke about Homer's incompetence, every scene of Homer failing at work, every moment where Homer's emotional neediness becomes the engine of a comic situation, all of it looks different once you understand where that neediness came from and who is responsible for it. For the first 6 seasons, Homer's mother was dead. This was the official story. Abe Simpson told it to Homer when Homer was young enough to believe whatever a parent told him about the shape of the world. He showed Homer a grave. He gave Homer the story he needed in order to stop asking questions. Your mother loved you, your mother is gone, and that's the end of it. Homer believed him. Homer had no reason not to. And across 6 seasons of the show, the fact of Homer's motherlessness is woven through his character in ways that are easy to miss because they've become so familiar. His desperate desire to be liked by Mr. Burns, the employer who cannot even remember his name. His terror of abandonment in his relationship with Marge. his need to be the center of his children's world, expressed in ways that are sometimes overbearing and sometimes genuinely beautiful. His inability to tolerate being alone, his compulsive filling of silences with food and television, and the kind of low-grade continuous stimulation that keeps the quiet from becoming too quiet. These traits were not written as symptoms of a specific trauma. But when the show revealed in season 7 that Homer's mother was alive, that the story of her death was a lie, that she had been driven underground by a combination of political persecution and corporate revenge, all of those traits retroactively acquired a specific cause. Homer Simpson has been emotionally organizing his life around the fact of being abandoned since he was 6 years old. The behaviors that look like personality quirks are coping mechanisms for a wound that was created before he was old enough to have any defense against it, and that was then specifically maintained, in its unhealed state, by the man he would grow up to work for. This is the conspiracy the show buried most carefully, because it required not just the concealment of information, but the active maintenance of a false emotional narrative across the full history of the character. Let's tell the story in the order it actually happened, rather than the order the show revealed it. In 1969, Mona Simpson was a housewife. She was, by any account the show provides, a loving mother attentive to her son, present in her family's life, doing the ordinary things that people do in ordinary lives. She was also someone who paid attention to the world around her. She watched the news. She read. She thought about things beyond the boundaries of her domestic existence. And what she saw, when she looked at the world in 1969, was a country at war, foreign wars and domestic ones. The war in Vietnam and the war being fought by movements for civil rights and against poverty and against the mechanisms of power that sustained both. She was moved by what she saw. She became, in the show's somewhat compressed telling of this history, radicalized. She joined a group of activists. The show presents this with characteristic mixture of comedy and genuine feeling. The beatnik aesthetics, the protest songs, the earnest idealism all get gentle satirical treatment. But the show also makes clear, unambiguously, that the cause was legitimate. The target of Mona's activism was not abstract. It was a specific facility, owned by a specific man, producing a specific category of harm. Mr. Burns's biological weapons laboratory. A man who owned a nuclear power plant also owned a germ warfare facility in a residential town, near a river, near children. The show drops this detail into the Mother Simpson storyline and moves through it quickly because the story it's interested in telling is about Homer and Mona, rather than about the policy and legal dimensions of what Burns was doing. But stop on the detail for a moment. Burns was manufacturing weaponized biological agents in Springfield. The same man who would later install Homer Simpson as safety inspector of a nuclear facility with 342 violations, the same man who would later dump radioactive waste in playgrounds, that man was also, in the recent past, running a weapons-grade pathogen laboratory in the same community. The institutional continuity here is important. Burns doesn't represent an isolated bad actor. He represents an institution with a consistent pattern of treating the people of Springfield as acceptable collateral damage in the pursuit of his own interests. The biological weapons lab is not an anomaly in Burns's history. It's an early data point in a long, consistent record. Mona and her group destroyed the lab. They detonated what the show calls an antibiotic bomb, something that neutralized the biological agents without causing the kind of casualties that the agents themselves were designed to cause. The raid was successful. The weapons were gone. And then Mona made the one mistake that cost her everything. She stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. An old man, disoriented, in need of a steadying hand. She helped him up. She looked into his face. The old man was Burns. He recognized her. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment, Mona Simpson was a federal fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't explain to Abe what had happened or why she needed to disappear. She couldn't hold her son and give him a reason that would make sense to a child. She kissed Homer while he slept and walked out into the night and didn't come back for 27 years. Homer woke up and she was gone. Abe told him she was dead. And Homer, 6 years old and completely without defenses against this particular kind of damage, accepted the story and built his personality around the hole it left. Now, let's talk about the cover-up. Because what was buried here was buried by multiple parties. with multiple motives, and with a sophistication that the show rarely acknowledges in full. Abe Simpson's role in the concealment is the one the show treats most sympathetically. He lied to protect Homer, a father's understandable instinct to shield his child from a truth that was too complex and too painful for a 6-year-old to process. The lie was an act of protection. The fact that the lie persisted for 27 years, hardening from temporary shelter into permanent false foundation, is presented as the tragedy of a man who never found the right moment to correct it, rather than as sustained, deliberate deception. But the show also reveals, in a later season, that Abe's relationship to Burns involves a separate transaction that complicates the sympathy considerably. Abe had discovered something Burns had done, something criminal, something that gave Abe leverage. And Abe traded that leverage not for justice, not for public accountability, but for a personal guarantee. The guarantee that Homer would always have a job at the plant, no matter how many mistakes Homer made, no matter what incompetencies he displayed. Homer was protected. Abe made a deal with the man who had destroyed his family, and the currency of that deal was silence. Homer has 742 documented errors on his record at the plant. He has survived firings and near firings, and situations that should have terminated his employment dozens of times over. The show presents this as a running gag, Homer's improbable job security despite his spectacular incompetence. But it is not a running gag. It is the visible surface of a secret arrangement between Homer's father and his mother's persecutor, maintained in silence for decades, and never explained to the man at the center of it. Homer has been protected. But the protection itself is part of the trap. The job security that comes from Abe's deal requires Homer to remain at the plant that Burns runs, the plant that poisoned him, the plant that poisoned his family. The plant that continues to be the mechanism through which Burns maintains his grip on Springfield's economy and, by extension, on the lives of everyone who depends on that economy. Homer is not at the plant because he can't do better. Homer is at the plant because the deal his father made locked him there, and Homer doesn't know about the deal. He doesn't know about Mona's activism. He doesn't know about the biological weapons lab. He doesn't know that the man who can never remember his name is the same man who recognized his mother's face in a darkened hallway in 1969 and spent the next 27 years ensuring she could never come home. He can't connect those dots. The radiation, the crayon, the decades of accumulated cognitive damage, they've made him exactly the kind of person who is unable to see the architecture of his own suffering. Which is, the show quietly suggests, exactly the point. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life. Burns engineered Homer's. The Homer who sits in that chair in Sector 7G every day? The Homer who flinches slightly when Burns passes without acknowledging him? The Homer who has spent his entire adult life seeking approval from a man constitutionally incapable of giving it? That Homer was created by Burns's decision in 1969 to report a woman who had just helped him up off the floor. The cruelty of this is extraordinary. Burns was helped by Mona. She showed him basic human decency in a moment of vulnerability, and he repaid that decency by destroying everything she had. That is the secret the show buried most carefully in the Mona storyline, the possibility that Burns knew exactly what he was doing, and that the consequences for Homer's family were not incidental but intended. Not the specific consequences. Burns could not have planned that Homer would grow up to work for him, but the general principle that a woman who destroyed his weapons laboratory deserved to be destroyed in return, and that destroying her family was an acceptable price for the satisfaction of the grudge. The show never quite says this. It leaves it as implication, as the darkest available reading of the available facts, but the facts, assembled, support it. Mona fought back. She lost everything. Abe made a deal. Burns won. And Homer, 40-odd years later, goes to work every morning for the man who took his mother away and poisons his water and has never once, in all that time, learned his employee's name. He never will. Section 9. Ranked #3 The Armin-Tamzarian Mechanism. How Springfield Institutionalized the Art of Forgetting. We are now at the level of the ranking where the secrets are not just buried, they are actively defended. The entries below this point describe information that the show concealed through creative choices, through narrative distribution, through the return to baseline after difficult revelations. At this level, we are describing something more sophisticated, a structural mechanism that the show built into Springfield's operating logic, a system for ensuring that inconvenient truths don't just fade, they get officially replaced. The Principal and the Pauper aired in Season 9. It is, by most rankings of Simpsons episodes, one of the most controversial in the show's history. It inspired more fan complaint than almost any other episode. It prompted Harry Shearer, who provides the voice of Skinner, among many others, to publicly express his displeasure. It has been analyzed, criticized, defended, and re-litigated for more than 2 decades. Most of that analysis focuses on the question of continuity. Did the episode retroactively ruin the character of Principal Skinner by revealing that everything the audience knew about him was based on a fiction? This is a real question, and a fair one. But it is, we would suggest, the wrong question to be asking, or rather, it is a question that the show anticipated and used as a distraction from the more significant thing the episode was doing. The episode's plot: a stranger arrives in Springfield and reveals himself to be Seymour Skinner, the real one, a Vietnam veteran who was believed killed in action, and who has returned to find that a man named Armin Tamzarian has been living his life for 20 years. The town holds a meeting. The truth is fully exposed. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. Tamzarian will continue to be called Skinner. The real Skinner is tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from the community. And it is made explicitly illegal under penalty of torture to ever speak of these events again. The fan complaint was that this ruined Skinner. The defense was that it was a bold piece of meta-narrative. Both positions engaged with the episode as a story about Skinner. But the episode is not really about Skinner. Skinner is the vehicle. The episode is about the mechanism that allows Springfield to do what it does every episode: reset, forget, continue. Because what the episode depicts with unprecedented explicitness is not just a town making a bad decision about identity. It depicts a town with a specific institutional procedure for replacing inconvenient truth with comfortable fiction and encoding that replacement into law. Not metaphorically into law, literally into law. The judge issues a decree. The decree has enforcement language. The truth is made criminal. This is the thing no other episode shows you. Springfield forgets things all the time. The dome, the municipal disasters. The times Burns's crimes have been in plain public view. The three-eyed fish, the entire arc of the Mona Simpson conspiracy. These things happen, and then, by the following episode, they're gone, vanished into the show's institutional amnesia as though they never occurred. Every viewer notices this. The term for it is episodic storytelling, or cartoon logic, the accepted convention that serialized continuity will be loose and that major events won't permanently alter the show's baseline. Audiences accept this convention because they've been trained to accept it. It's a nearly universal feature of long-running animated series. But the Principal and the Pauper breaks with that convention in a specific and revealing way. It doesn't just show you the reset. It shows you the vote. It shows you the official decree. It shows you the enforcement mechanism. It makes visible the machinery that has been running invisibly in every other episode where Springfield forgets something important. And here is the buried meaning. If the machinery is real, if Springfield's collective amnesia is not a cartoon convention, but an actual social mechanism that the community employs with intention, then every previous reset, every previous forgetting, every previous episode where something catastrophic happened and was never mentioned again needs to be reconsidered. The dome. Was there an official decree? A vote? A legal encoding of the decision to pretend it never happened? Blinky. Was there a community decision, taken somewhere off-screen, that the three-eyed fish would be treated as a mascot rather than as evidence? Burns's biological weapons laboratory. Was there a formal arrangement between the people with the power to prosecute and the people with the power to pay them, ensuring that the laboratory's existence and destruction would be treated as a closed matter? The show can't answer these questions because the episode already pushed as far as it could push. It showed you the mechanism in operation once, explicitly, and then immediately retreated into the familiar rhythms of the series. The following episodes returned to normal. Skinner was Skinner again. The decree was not referenced. The real Seymour Skinner vanished from the narrative as completely as he had been expelled from the town. The mechanism worked on the show the same way it worked on Springfield. Here is the deeper buried implication, and the reason this entry sits at number 3. If Springfield has a formal mechanism for replacing truth with official fiction, a mechanism complete with judicial authority, legal encoding, and enforcement penalties, then the question of what that mechanism has been used for in the show's history, beyond the Tamzarian incident, becomes very significant. The show has depicted Burns's crimes many times. It has depicted the mayor's corruption many times. It has depicted violations of environmental law, labor law, criminal law, and basic human decency at a level that, in a functioning legal system, would have resulted in prosecutions, trials, and consequences. None of these consequences have materialized. The standard explanation is Burns's wealth and influence. He buys his way out. He retains armies of lawyers. He has political connections. This explanation is adequate for any individual incident. But at some point, the sheer volume of escaped consequences stops looking like clever maneuvering and starts looking like something else, something more systematic, something closer to what the Principal and the Pauper episode depicts. A community that has formally decided that certain truths are too dangerous to acknowledge, and that has built a legal and social infrastructure for replacing those truths with official fictions, does not need Burns to buy his way out of each individual crime. The crimes are handled at the institutional level, quietly, before the question of prosecution even arises. The decree is already in place. The enforcement mechanism is already operating. The truth is already illegal. This is the Springfield that the Principal and the Pauper episode, read fully and taken seriously, reveals. Not a cartoon town with loose continuity. An actual community with an actual denial infrastructure, a machine for manufacturing and enforcing comfortable official reality, running beneath the surface of all the jokes and the couch gags and the cheerful music. The episode was ranked among the show's worst because audiences, understandably, didn't want to see this. The Principal and the Pauper was disturbing in a way that didn't feel fun, didn't feel earned, didn't feel like the kind of darkness the show had previously used well. It felt like a betrayal. But the betrayal wasn't of the audience. The betrayal, if you want to use that word, was of Springfield's comfortable image. The episode showed the audience the mechanism that had been enabling every comfortable reset they'd been enjoying for 8 seasons. It pulled back the specific curtain that the show most needed to keep in place. And then the show put the curtain back. The mechanism ran on the episode itself. The real Seymour Skinner was expelled from the show's continuity. The truth was made illegal, and the audience, relieved, accepted the return to baseline. The show buried the most important thing it ever said about itself by saying it once, explicitly, and then making sure everyone forgot. Section 10. Ranked #2. The Coma Architecture. Every piece of evidence that Homer never woke up. We are at the second entry on this list, and this is the one where the evidence is most extensive, most internally consistent, and most thoroughly distributed across the show's full history. This is the theory that has generated the most sustained, most serious, most methodical fan investigation. This is the one that executive producer Al Jean addressed directly and then declined to answer fully. This is the one the show itself engaged with, animated a response to, embedded a reference to inside a regular episode, which is, by any reasonable measure, the behavior of a show that knows the theory holds. Let's build it from the ground up. On the 1st of April, 1993, April Fool's Day, which is either irrelevant or a very specific choice, depending on how you read it, Season 4's 18th episode aired. The episode is called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise is that Bart, in a sequence of escalating April Fool's pranks, takes one of Homer's beers to an auto body shop and puts it in an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens it, the explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. While Homer is recovering in his hospital bed, he attempts to reach a vending machine. The machine tips. It falls on him. He flatlines. He enters a medically confirmed coma. The episode ends with Homer waking up. Bart tearfully confesses. Homer springs to life and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Everything is fine. And then, in the final moments of the episode, a doctor tells Homer that the coma cost him 5% of his brain function, permanently gone. Homer laughs, though he notes he doesn't know why, and the episode ends. The standard reading of this sequence: Homer woke up, suffered some brain damage, and the show continues. The brain damage becomes one more piece of the accumulated characterization of Homer's cognitive limitations. Standard stuff. But what if that reading is the thing the show most needs you to accept? What if the doctor's information is the last reliable data point before everything that follows becomes unreliable? The Homer in a coma theory, first articulated by a Reddit user and subsequently developed by thousands of contributors, adding pieces across years of discussion, proposes the following. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. The moment the vending machine fell is the last moment of Homer's conscious life. Everything that has aired since that episode, every story, every guest appearance, every adventure, every disaster and recovery is the dream of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield, General, slowly losing brain function while his family waits beside him. This theory has several things going for it that most fan theories don't have. First, it explains the thing that no other theory explains as cleanly: the aging problem. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge occupy an eternal mid-30s. The show uses the floating timeline convention to justify this, and the floating timeline convention is a real thing that real shows use. But the coma theory offers a different, more emotionally specific answer. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went under in April 1993 and has not come back. Of course, his children don't age. His unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing up because he wasn't there to see it happen. His wife doesn't age because the last time he saw her, she looked exactly as she does in every subsequent episode. His neighbors don't change because his memory of them is fixed at the moment the vending machine fell. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it was on the day he lost consciousness, because that's the only version of the world his unconscious mind has access to. Second, the theory explains the tonal shift that every close viewer of the series has noted. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show, not realistic exactly, but dealing with recognizable human concerns. Financial stress, marital strain, academic failure. The ordinary difficulties of a working-class family navigating a world that doesn't care very much about working-class families. The emotional core was domestic and specific and felt, even at its most satirically exaggerated, like something anchored to real life. After the coma episode, the show changes register. Homer goes to space. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother is a fugitive radical. Homer meets God. Homer holds hundreds of different jobs, befriends dozens of celebrities, survives injuries that would end a dozen lives. The escalation is dramatic enough that even casual observers describe it as when the show got weird or when they stopped caring about continuity. The coma theory says the escalation is not a quality decline or a loss of focus. It's the natural behavior of a dreaming brain running out of coherent material. In the early years of the coma, the dream is relatively stable. The brain is still working with fresh recent memory, still able to generate scenarios that resemble the life Homer actually had. As the coma deepens and the brain continues to lose function, the dream becomes less stable, more fragmented, more given to the kind of impossible events and inexplicable coincidences that characterize deep dream states rather than waking experience. The increasingly surreal later seasons are not the show getting worse. They are Homer's brain getting worse. Third, and this is the detail that most haunts people who engage seriously with the theory, the show seeded the coma with what amounts to a prophecy 6 months before it happened. In the Season 4 premiere, Homer the Heretic, Homer has a direct conversation with God. An actual face-to-face interaction with the divine, depicted without irony. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific, that Homer will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. His time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline matches with a precision that feels significant. God told Homer his conscious life was approaching its end. 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended. What the show presented as a theological gag in the premiere reads, through the lens of the coma theory, as a prophecy, a piece of information distributed into the show's narrative before the event it predicted, placed there either accidentally or with specific intent, and never publicly connected by the show's creators to the coma episode that followed it. The celebrity appearances deserve particular attention as evidence. Beginning in earnest in the seasons after the coma, The Simpsons became famous for its celebrity guest appearances. Almost no episode of a certain era lacked a famous guest. Musicians, athletes, politicians, actors, film directors, Springfield became, within the show's universe, a magnet for famous people in a way that had no particular narrative justification. Why do so many celebrities end up in Springfield? The show doesn't really answer this. The coma theory answers it. Homer's unconscious brain, lying in a hospital bed with whatever ambient sensory input a coma allows, receives fragments of the world outside, sounds from the television in his room, voices of visitors, music from down the hall, names mentioned by his family. The brain, doing what dreaming brains do, incorporates these fragments into the ongoing dream. A name heard through the fog of unconsciousness becomes a character in the simulation. A voice recognized from decades of hearing it on the radio becomes a guest in Springfield. Every celebrity who appears is a piece of external information that Homer's brain absorbed through the haze and wove into the dream. This is why later seasons feel crowded with recognizable names, while early seasons feel more specific and contained. Early in the coma, Homer's brain is still working primarily with its own memory. Later, as the coma deepens and the brain becomes more permeable to external input, the dream fills up with ambient cultural material. Springfield becomes a kind of living Wikipedia of American celebrity, not because famous people are drawn to it, but because Homer's deteriorating brain is drawing on whatever it can reach. The show engaged with this theory directly. In season 34, a deliberately leaked fake deleted scene showed Homer waking up from a coma and revealing that every outlandish episode was a dream. The show's creators framed this as a hoax, a fake scene planted in the show's internal narrative by hackers. The prank was exposed. Homer didn't wake up. The theory was denied. But the show made the scene. They animated it. They gave Homer a specific waking moment. They created, with evident care, the precise image that the coma theory suggests is the show's true ending. And then they wrapped that image in enough deniability. It's a hoax. It's not real. Someone planted it to allow the official position to be maintained. This is the behavior of a show that cannot confirm the theory but cannot fully deny it either. If the theory were simply wrong, if there were no coma architecture running through the post 1993 material, if the evidence were weak or cherry-picked, the easiest response would have been to continue ignoring it, as the show ignored dozens of other fan theories. The decision to engage with it, to produce visual content responding to it, to plant it in an episode as a deliberate act, that decision reflects a creative awareness that the theory is not simply wrong. It's something the show is in a more complicated relationship with. Al Jean's response when asked about the theory in 2015, "It isn't true." He didn't explain the tonal shift. He didn't explain the aging freeze. He didn't explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He said it isn't true, and the interview moved on. The theory didn't move on, because the evidence didn't move on. It's still there, accumulated across 30 years of material, consistent in the pattern it describes, waiting in every episode after April 1993 for someone to notice what it's been trying to say. Homer is dreaming. The dream is beautiful and funny and sad and full of love for the people in it. And the dreamer is a man who doesn't know he's asleep, whose unconscious mind is generating 30 years of episodes from the single most important wish he has ever had: to keep his family together, to keep his children young, to keep Marge by his side, to stay on Evergreen Terrace where the beer is cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. The show will never confirm this. It will never deny it in a way that addresses the actual evidence. And every season that airs adds more material to the archive, more dream episodes, more impossibly survived disasters, more celebrity guests absorbed from the ambient noise of a hospital room, more moments where the aging freeze holds and the dream continues and Homer, somewhere in a bed in Springfield General, refuses to let the story end. Because if it ends, he has to wake up. And waking up means finding out what's real. Section 11. Ranked has Hone, the radiation conspiracy. How Mr. Burns poisoned an entire town and made sure they'd never notice. Everything we've discussed leads here. Every other entry in this ranking is a piece of this one. Blinky is evidence for this one. Bart's buried intelligence is a symptom of this one. Ned's suppressed interior, Homer's cognitive damage, the Burns dynasty's multi-generational project, the Tamsarian mechanism, they are all either caused by this one or designed to maintain it. Even the coma theory, the second entry on this list, can be read as a consequence of this one. Homer's brain was already compromised by decades of radiation exposure before the vending machine fell, and the compromised brain is the one generating the subsequent dream. These theories are not separate hypotheses competing with each other. They are layers of the same structure, and the structure's foundation is the Springfield nuclear power plant. Let's be precise about what the theory claims, because precision matters here. The claim is not that the power plant is dangerous. The show makes that explicit without any theorizing required. 342 safety violations. Radioactive waste in playgrounds and waterways, luminous rats in the reactor building, cracked cooling towers patched with chewing gum, human skeletons in the basement. These are canonical facts. They are in the show. No interpretation is required to find them. The claim is not that Burns knows the plant is dangerous. The show also makes this explicit. Burns has personal physicians. He undergoes weekly treatments involving controlled radiation exposure. He has a pharmaceutical division capable of synthesizing experimental compounds. He is, the show establishes in multiple episodes, personally engaged with the science of managing radiation's biological effects. He knows what radiation does to living things because radiation is what keeps him alive. The claim, the one the show has been making in fragments across 36 seasons and burying under layer after layer of comedy and normalization, is this. Burns knows what his plant is doing to Springfield, has always known, and has specifically constructed the conditions that prevent the people of Springfield from ever understanding what's happening to them. This is not a claim that requires imagination to support. The evidence is in the material. You just have to put it together in the right order. Start with the physical characteristics of Springfield's residents. Homer Simpson, massive overbite, bulging eyes, 4 fingers on each hand, a skull structure that does not correspond to human anatomy, an IQ that the show's creators have stated explicitly as 55, a number that, in any clinical context, represents significant intellectual disability, a body that can absorb and recover from physical trauma that would kill a normal human being many times over. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen from heights, been struck by vehicles, survived explosions, and recovered from all of it with a speed and completeness that the show's internal logic cannot explain through any natural mechanism. Marge Simpson. The same bulging eyes, the same 4-fingered hands, hair that defies the laws of physics, gravity, and basic structural biology, a tower of pigmented material that has maintained its exact shape, height, and color for 36 years without external intervention. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, same physical anomalies, same 4 fingers, same eyes, spiky hair that maintains its shape without product. Proportions that do not occur in unaffected human populations. The entire town. Yellow skin. This is the detail the show banks on you accepting as art style, as the neutral visual vocabulary of the Simpsons aesthetic. And in the context of animation, that's fair yellow characters are easy to distinguish in a crowd. That's the production reason for the choice. But within the show's internal logic, there is a different way to read it. The yellow skin covers every permanent resident of Springfield. It covers their children. It covers their animals. And then here's the detail that the radiation theory pivots on: it stops. When guest characters visit Springfield, when celebrities make their cameo appearances, when characters from outside the town enter the show's universe, they look different, proportionally different. Their features are more naturalistic, their eyes are shaped differently. Their physical characteristics correspond more closely to actual human anatomy than the Springfield residents around them. The show has always explained this as a stylistic choice, the way you tell outsiders from insiders visually, a clean and efficient piece of character design that serves a practical storytelling function. And that's true, but within the logic of Springfield's universe, the visual difference between residents and visitors is a data point. The people who live inside the contamination zone look one way. The people who come from outside it look another way. The boundary between those two visual categories corresponds precisely to the boundary between the affected population and the unaffected one. The show is showing you this. It has been showing you this since the first season. The art style is not a neutral choice, it is, within the show's own cosmological framework, a map of the contamination zone. Every yellow face is a diagnostic. Every 4-fingered hand is a symptom. Now add Burns's personal medical situation to the picture. Burns undergoes weekly treatments that the show describes in the Springfield Files episode as so intensive, so saturated with chemical and radiation intervention, that they cause his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly one more week. Without them, he dies. The margin is zero. This is not described as treatment for a specific illness. It's described as maintenance, like servicing a machine. Burns's body can no longer sustain itself through natural biological processes. It requires weekly external intervention to continue functioning. The intervention involves radiation. The man who owns the nuclear power plant that is irradiating Springfield's population is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to survive. Burns isn't profiting from radiation while remaining personally immune to it. He is, in the most literal sense, powered by the same force he is deploying against his workers and neighbors. The difference is that Burns has the resources to manage his exposure deliberately and precisely, while everyone else in Springfield is receiving theirs uncontrolled, through their water and their air and their food, in dosages and forms that nobody is measuring or managing. Burns has a doctor. Burns has a pharmaceutical division. Burns has the weekly regimen, the monitoring, the adjustments. The people of Springfield have whatever the town's contaminated water table and the plant's chronically failing containment structures are delivering to them, and they have Homer Simpson standing between them and a professional assessment of how much that is. That last detail, Homer's position as safety inspector, is not incidental. When German investors briefly purchased the plant and applied professional standards to its operation, the first thing they did was fire Homer and assess the cost of bringing the facility into compliance. The assessment nearly bankrupted them. They sold the plant back to Burns. Burns immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector at the Springfield plant would, by the show's own logic, document violations, file reports, trigger regulatory review, generate the kind of official record that would make continued operation of the facility in its current condition legally and financially untenable. The 342 violations exist because Burns needs them to exist. They represent the cheapest way to keep the plant running at maximum output. But they also represent the most efficient way to maintain the contamination of Springfield's environment. Fixing the violations would mean fixing the contamination. Burns is not interested in fixing the contamination. Homer ensures the violations continue. Not through malice. Homer has no malicious intent toward his neighbors. He ensures the violations continue through incompetence and through the specific cognitive compromise that makes him incapable of understanding the significance of what he fails to notice. His brain doesn't work well enough to do the job. It doesn't work well enough partly because of the job. The loop is closed. The cognitive dimension of the contamination theory is the one the show handles with the greatest care and the most thorough burial. Because to state it plainly would be to make an accusation so specific and so verifiable within the show's universe that the comedy could not continue. The plain statement is this: the radiation contamination from Burns's plant has damaged the cognitive function of Springfield's population, and the damage is severe enough that the population cannot recognize or respond to the source of the damage. Homer's IQ of 55. The crayon in his brain, a foreign object lodged in his neural tissue since childhood, somehow never detected by any medical professional he visited, reducing his cognitive function in ways that the show depicts as both comic and genuinely tragic. The episode where Homer has the crayon removed and becomes, briefly, capable of clear analytical thought, capable of seeing Springfield for what it is, capable of understanding his own life with a clarity that he had never previously accessed. The clarity made him miserable. He put the crayon back. But there's a question underneath that choice that the show never asks directly. How did the crayon get there in the first place? Children put things in their noses and ears with some frequency. They don't typically lodge foreign objects in their own brains without producing symptoms severe enough to trigger medical attention. Homer went through his entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, visiting doctors at Springfield's medical facilities without any of them identifying a physical obstruction in his skull. Either the medical establishment in Springfield is operating at a level of incompetence that would not be permitted to stand in any functional system, or something is operating on the medical establishment that keeps certain diagnoses from being made. Either way, the crayon sat in Homer's brain for decades, and nobody who should have found it ever looked for it. The radiation theory has an answer for why Springfield's medical establishment might not be looking too hard at things it would be inconvenient to find. Burns owns the town. Burns's wealth is the foundation of Springfield's economy. Doctors, like everyone else in a company town, understand the practical consequences of finding things that the company doesn't want found. The Springfield medical establishment's relationship to Burns is not depicted explicitly in most episodes, but it is consistent with the pattern. The people whose professional function would most directly threaten Burns's operation, if they were doing that function correctly, are, in Springfield, consistently depicted as either incompetent or compromised, or both. The final and most carefully buried aspect of the radiation conspiracy involves what Burns specifically wants from the arrangement. The easy reading is that Burns is indifferent to Springfield's population, that the contamination is a side effect of his operation rather than a goal, that the damage being done to his workers and neighbors is simply the cost of doing business in the cheapest possible way. This reading is available, and it allows Burns to remain within the familiar register of corporate villainy, the indifferent capitalist, the man who doesn't care about consequences to others as long as the bottom line is satisfied. But the show provides evidence for a darker reading that it distributes so carefully across so many seasons that very few viewers have assembled it in full. Burns has been running this operation for decades. Burns is not stupid. Burns is, the show establishes repeatedly, one of the most intelligent characters in Springfield, certainly the most capable of sustained strategic planning, of long-term thinking, of understanding complex systems and their second and third-order effects. He knows what radiation does to biological systems because he is personally engaged with managing radiation's effects in his own body every single week. A man of Burns's intelligence, managing his own radiation exposure with weekly precision, running a facility with 342 documented violations that have been producing measurable environmental contamination for decades, that man is not unaware of the population-level effects of what his plant is doing. He is not ignorant of what Blinky the three-eyed fish represents. He is not uninformed about the relationship between the town's physical and cognitive characteristics and the plant his family owns. Burns knows. The show builds this case across many episodes, in fragments. He funds private research. He has access to medical and environmental data that nobody else in Springfield has. He is the only person in town who has both the resources to understand the full picture and the motive to ensure that nobody else ever sees it. And what makes Springfield so useful to Burns, what makes the current arrangement so desirable, so worth preserving at the cost of the 342 violations and the weekly treatments and the ongoing legal risk, is the precise fact that the people living in the contamination zone are impaired, cognitively impaired. Their capacity for the kind of sustained critical thinking that would lead them from "the fish have three eyes" to "the plant is poisoning our water supply" to "our employer has been doing this for 50 years and he knew the whole time" that capacity has been specifically and measurably reduced by the very substance Burns has been releasing into their environment. Springfield is the perfect workforce for Burns's purposes. A population damaged enough to work without complaint, to accept conditions that any healthy and informed workforce would reject, to look at the cracked cooling towers and the luminous rats and the skeletons in the basement and conclude that this is just how things are. Their compliance is not manufactured through propaganda or coercion. It's manufactured through chemistry, through the water they drink and the air they breathe and the irradiated environment they've lived in since before they were born. And the man at the center of this arrangement, the man who signs the checks, who keeps Homer employed, who takes every meeting with every regulatory body that tries to investigate and makes sure they leave satisfied or silenced, that man goes home at the end of every week to his treatment room, where the doctors administer the controlled radiation that keeps his diseases in perfect equilibrium and his body emitting its characteristic green glow. Burns isn't just running a nuclear power plant. He's running a human experiment. Springfield is his laboratory. The residents are his data. And the experiment's primary finding that a population sufficiently compromised by chronic radiation exposure will be unable to organize coherent resistance to the conditions causing their compromise is the most valuable thing he owns. More valuable than the plant, more valuable than the wealth, more valuable than the political connections and the legal infrastructure and the generations of accumulated institutional immunity. The perfect workforce is the one that cannot imagine being anything else. The show has been telling the story since season 1. The evidence is not buried deep, it's distributed across the full breadth of the series, visible in every episode, accessible in every scene that takes place near the plant, or in Sector 7G, or in the Simpson home, with its view of those cooling towers. The concealment has not been achieved through hiding the evidence. It has been achieved through volume, through comedy, through the normalization of Springfield's specific visual signature until yellow skin and 4 fingers read as aesthetic choice rather than biological fact. The show gave you the three-eyed fish. The show gave you the 342 violations. The show gave you Homer's IQ of 55 and Burns's weekly treatments, and the Springfield Dome and the human skeletons in the basement. It gave you all of it, openly, in full view, and then it played a joke over the top and moved to the next scene. The burial wasn't of the evidence. The burial was of the connection between the evidence. Nobody in Springfield makes that connection because nobody in Springfield can. The poison that produced the symptoms also damaged the capacity to trace the symptoms to the poison. The loop is sealed. The mechanism is self-sustaining. And the man who designed it goes to his treatment every week, glowing faintly in the dark of his medical suite, having lived long enough to watch his design work exactly as intended across generations of the town his family built, and then slowly, carefully, invisibly dismantled. That is the Springfield nuclear power plant. That is the secret ranked number 1 on this list. Not because it's the most dramatic, not because it's the most elaborately concealed, but because it's the one that makes every other secret on this list make sense. The radiation theory is the substrate on which all the other buried things rest. The characters don't age because their biology has been altered at a cellular level. The town resets because the population's memory and critical function have been compromised by chronic neurological damage. Homer survives impossible injuries because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that made him nearly indestructible in some dimensions and devastated in others. Burns stays alive through treatments that would kill anyone without his resources, because he has spent a century managing the effects of the substance he deploys against everyone else. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this because the same poison that mutated their bodies also damaged the part of their brains that asks why. Section 12. The loop, the lens, and why we keep watching. We've been in Springfield for a long time now. Long enough to have walked through every buried thing, to have looked at the evidence assembled in order of how hard someone worked to keep it from view, to have reached the foundation of the structure and understood what it is. Take a breath, let it settle. Because here is the thing about these secrets, taken together, that is easy to miss when you're looking at any one of them in isolation. Every secret on this list, from Blinky's environmental implications to the radiation conspiracy at the top, is a secret about a system, not about an individual or an event or a specific piece of information, but about the way a specific arrangement of power maintains itself over time. Burns's operation maintains itself through the cognitive impairment of the people who would otherwise recognize and resist it. Springfield's political class maintains itself through the casual immunity that comes from never facing consequences. The Terwilliger family's frustrated potential maintains itself through the show's narrative decision to keep Sideshow Bob in the villain role rather than examine what created him. Ned Flanders' psychological cage maintains itself through the return to cheerful baseline after every crack in the conditioning becomes visible. The system that allows all of this to continue is not Burns. Burns is the most visible and most powerful component, but he is not the whole. The system is the arrangement of dependencies and denials and carefully maintained comfortable fictions that the town of Springfield has agreed, formally and informally, explicitly and implicitly, to sustain. The system is the vote that kept Armin Tamzarian in Skinner's chair. The system is the medical establishment that never found the crayon. The system is the mayor who takes the meeting with Burns and leaves satisfied. The system is every Springfield resident who looked at a three-eyed fish and laughed. And then the system is us, not metaphorically. Specifically, the audience of The Simpsons has been participating in the maintenance of Springfield's comfortable fictions for 36 years. We've watched the violations and the resets and the forgotten catastrophes and the buried truths, and we've accepted the episodic convention that makes all of it feel normal, and in doing so, we've been doing exactly what Springfield does. We've been taking the vote. We've been issuing the decree. We've been making it comfortable to not ask certain questions. The show does not condemn this. The show is not a polemic. It is, at its core, a piece of entertainment that has genuinely entertained hundreds of millions of people across more than 3 decades. The comedy is real. The warmth is real. The love between the Simpson family members, flawed and compromised and occasionally radioactive as they are, is real, and it is the genuine reason the show has continued to find an audience across generations. But the buried secrets, assembled and ranked, suggest that the show has always known what it was doing. It has always known that the yellow skin means something, that the 4 fingers mean something, that the cracked cooling towers mean something, that Homer's inability to remember what happened last week and Springfield's inability to remember what happened last season, and the audience's willingness to accept both of these things as television convention rather than as evidence that this means something too. The show has been offering you the secrets for 36 years. It's been offering them quietly, one fragment at a time, distributed across enough material that assembly requires sustained attention. It has never gathered them and presented them as a thesis. It has trusted you to find them. Some people have. The fan theories exist. The Reddit threads exist. The documented evidence for the radiation conspiracy and the coma architecture and the Burns dynasty's full scope of crimes, all of it is out there, assembled with care by people who paid close attention across a long time. The show thanks them for their attention by continuing to pretend it doesn't know what they found. The floating timeline is the last secret, and it is the simplest one. Nobody ages in Springfield. Bart has been 10 for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge hold their approximate mid-30s with a stillness that the show never explains and never needs to explain, because the audience accepts it, because the audience has been accepting it so long that the acceptance is now automatic. The coma theory says nobody ages because the dreamer can't imagine them any older than they were when he fell asleep. The radiation theory says nobody ages because the contamination has altered their cellular biology in ways that preclude normal senescence. The collective denial theory says nobody ages because Springfield has formally decided that time does not pass, and anyone who suggests otherwise will be expelled from the community. But here is the reading that sits underneath all 3. Nobody ages because the audience needs them not to. Bart needs to be 10 because Bart being 10 is a specific and irreplaceable thing, a container for everything that was possible before adulthood, before failure became permanent, before the world got smaller. Lisa needs to be 8 because Lisa at 8 is still asking the questions that Lisa at 35 will have learned painfully to stop asking. Homer and Marge need to be in their mid-30s because that's the age at which the ordinary difficulties of life are still navigable, still survivable, still punctuated by enough good moments to justify the effort. They need to stay that age because we need them to. The show knows this. The show has always known this. The floating timeline is not a production convenience. It is the show's most honest act, its acknowledgement that what the audience comes back for, week after week, season after season, decade after decade, is not the individual story but the permanent premise. The family on the couch gag that changes every time. The house on Evergreen Terrace, where the same things happen in different configurations, and the outcome is always the same. The family survives. The family stays together. The family is, when the credits roll, more or less intact. The secrets buried in the show are dark, many of them. The radiation conspiracy is genuinely sinister. The coma theory is genuinely sad. Ned's psychological cage is genuinely bleak. Mona Simpson's story is genuinely tragic. But none of these dark things ultimately define the show, because the show returns, every episode, to the same place. The living room, the couch, Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie, the family that the show was built to protect from time. The buried secrets tell you what Springfield is. The family tells you why we're still here watching it. We trapped them in the loop because we needed the loop. We needed a place where the couch is always there, and the family is always young, and the problems are always solvable in 22 minutes, and the music cue always signals that things are going to be okay. We needed Evergreen Terrace because the world outside it has no such assurances. We needed Springfield because Springfield always resets. The secrets buried in it are the price of the reset. The price of keeping Bart 10 years old is the radiation that keeps him that way. The price of keeping Homer alive through everything the show puts him through is the coma that makes him invulnerable. The price of keeping Springfield running is Burns's weekly treatment and the covered-up violations and the three-eyed fish that everyone agreed to find charming. The show gave you all of it, the beauty and the horror, the family and the conspiracy, the warm amber of the opening credits and the cracked cooling towers visible from the Simpson backyard. It showed you the whole thing and it asked you every Sunday night whether you wanted to look or whether you wanted to watch. Most people watched, but you looked, and now you know what's down there. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. That's the whole point. Thanks for spending this time in Springfield. If these buried stories kept you company tonight, whether you made it through all of them or drifted off somewhere around the Flanders Files, that's exactly what this was for. Sleep well. Springfield will still be there in the morning, resetting as it always does, secrets intact, cooling towers still cracked, Blinky still in the river. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, Homer is still dreaming. Extended analysis, the visual grammar of Springfield's contamination. There's one more thing worth dwelling on before the night fully closes in, and it's a smaller thing than what came before, but in some ways it's the most revealing. The visual grammar of the show, the specific aesthetic choices that define how Springfield looks, is generally understood as a production decision. Yellow characters are easy to read in a crowd. The simplified anatomy makes animation more efficient. The specific exaggeration of features like eyes and overbites is part of the show's distinctive design language, traceable directly to Matt Groening's cartoonist background and the specific visual vocabulary he developed in Life in Hell before the show began. All of that is true. The production history supports it. The art direction decisions were made for practical reasons. And yet, within the show's internal logic within the world, the show has spent 36 years building, inside which yellow skin and bulging eyes and 4 fingers are the attributes of every permanent Springfield resident. The visual grammar means something. It maps onto the contamination theory with a precision that either represents a remarkable coincidence or a long-running, extraordinarily disciplined piece of embedded storytelling. The show's design distinguishes between Springfield residents and visitors with 2 different physical vocabularies. Residents, yellow, 4 fingers, bulging eyes, proportions that deviate from naturalistic human anatomy. Visitors, more naturalistic proportions, more normally shaped features, a physical appearance that corresponds more closely to actual human beings. The distinction is consistent. It runs across the full history of the show without exception. Every celebrity guest who has appeared in Springfield looks different from the people of Springfield. Every character introduced from outside the town's boundaries shares a physical vocabulary with the wider world rather than with its residents. The production explanation is clean and sufficient. You need the audience to be able to tell characters apart visually, and one efficient way to do that is to make outsiders look different from insiders. It works. It serves the storytelling. But inside Springfield's world, the distinction is a biological marker. The people who have spent their lives in the contamination zone have one set of physical characteristics. The people who have not have another. The show has been, in every single frame of every episode it has ever produced, displaying the visual evidence for the radiation contamination theory while simultaneously explaining it away as art style. That's the most elegant burial on this list. It happened in the first frame of the first episode, and it has continued without pause ever since. The evidence has been literally visible at all times. It has been right there, in every image, in every character design decision, in every visual distinction between Springfield's residents and the world they live adjacent to. And the explanation it's just how the show looks is so immediately available, so obviously true in its production context, so cleanly sufficient as a way of understanding what you're seeing, that almost nobody ever asks the additional question. The additional question being, why does the show look this way? Not in the production history sense, in the in-universe sense. Why do the people of Springfield look this way, while the people who visit them don't? The show knows the answer. It's been in every frame for 36 years. Extended analysis, the Springfield economy, and who it actually serves. The economic structure of Springfield is a subject the show engages with extensively across its run, though rarely in a way that allows the full picture to come into focus all at once. Springfield is a working-class town. This is established early and maintained consistently. Homer's salary, the family's financial precariousness, the recurring storylines about money problems and job insecurity, and the gap between what the Simpsons need and what they have. The economic anxiety is a genuine and consistent source of dramatic material, and the show handles it with more honesty than most television of its era. It doesn't romanticize working-class life or treat poverty as a character quirk. It depicts the specific, grinding, low-level anxiety of a family that is always slightly behind and knows it. The power plant is the foundation of Springfield's economy. This is also established clearly. The plant employs a significant portion of Springfield's workforce. The plant's tax revenue funds municipal services. The plant's economic centrality means that a challenge to the plant's operation is, in practical terms, a challenge to the livelihoods of the people who depend on it. This is the core of Burns's actual power in Springfield, and it's more interesting than the show usually makes it appear. Burns doesn't maintain his position through raw intimidation or through the occasional deployment of wealth to buy specific outcomes. He maintains his position through structural dependency, through the fact that Springfield's economic survival is genuinely, materially tied to the plant's continued operation, and the plant's continued operation is tied to Burns's continued ownership. Challenging Burns is not just politically difficult in Springfield, it's economically terrifying. The residents of Springfield understand, at some level that doesn't require full articulation, that the consequences of a serious challenge to Burns's operation would fall on them. The plant closes, the jobs go, the tax base collapses, the town dies. This understanding is the invisible hand that shapes every civic decision about the plant, every environmental complaint that goes nowhere, every safety concern that gets quietly filed and quietly ignored. Burns doesn't need to threaten anyone. The economic structure does the threatening for him. The dependency is the coercion. And the beauty of this arrangement from Burns's perspective is that it's not perceived as coercion at all. It's perceived as reality. It's perceived as just how things are. The plant keeps the town alive, and so the town keeps the plant running, and so the cycle continues. And nobody goes looking too hard at the violations in the basement, because looking too hard at the violations in the basement might end the cycle, and ending the cycle would mean the end of the town. The radiation contamination fits inside this economic logic with disturbing neatness. A population cognitively impaired by chronic radiation exposure is a population less capable of the kind of sustained, organized thinking that economic resistance requires. Forming a union requires people to think clearly about collective interests and coordinate complex action across a group. Pursuing regulatory enforcement requires people to understand complex technical information and navigate institutional processes. Mounting a political challenge to an entrenched billionaire requires people to mobilize resources, maintain focus across an extended campaign, and resist the various pressures that power deploys against challenges to itself. The cognitive impairment documented in Springfield's population Homer's IQ of 55, the town's remarkable amnesia about past catastrophes, the consistent failure of organized resistance movements to sustain themselves across more than a few episodes makes all of these things harder. Not impossible, but harder. Hard enough, Burns's operation apparently calculates, to be workable. The economic dependency keeps the town from wanting to challenge him. The cognitive impairment keeps them from being able to. Together, they produce the stability that Burns's operation requires. This is why the plant continues to run with 342 violations. Not because of legal manipulation or political corruption, though both of those are also present. Because the people the violations are harming cannot mount an effective challenge, and the reason they cannot mount an effective challenge is the violations themselves. The harm is self-sustaining. The mechanism is designed to be. Extended analysis what Lisa knows. Let's spend some time with the character whose relationship to the buried secrets is the most painful to examine, because she is the one who has been closest to the truth the longest and has still never quite reached it. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old. The show establishes with consistency across 36 seasons, extraordinarily intelligent reading above her age level, processing complex information, asking questions that adults in her vicinity are unprepared to answer, demonstrating a capacity for abstract reasoning and moral analysis that exceeds most of the adults in her family and her community. She is surrounded by buried secrets. She lives in a house that runs on electricity from a plant that is poisoning her family. She attends a school whose budget was gutted by the man who owns that plant. She drinks water from a supply that flows past the plant's discharge points. She breathes air that the plant's emissions have reached. She has, in other words, been living inside the contamination zone for her entire life, which is every day she has ever existed. She is also, by every measure the show provides, the member of her family most equipped to understand what that means. She has the analytical capacity. She has the intellectual curiosity. She has the moral seriousness that would allow her to process the implications without flinching. She has, in multiple episodes, demonstrated the ability to gather evidence, construct arguments, and present cases for uncomfortable truths that the people around her prefer to ignore. And yet, Lisa has never connected the contamination dots. The show has given her everything she would need to make the connection: access to the plant, access to the relevant environmental data, a demonstrated ability to notice things others miss, and a track record of refusing to accept comfortable fictions when the evidence points elsewhere. But the connection is never made. The episodes that put Lisa in proximity to the most damning evidence consistently find reasons to redirect her attention elsewhere, to resolve the situation through a different narrative mechanism, to let the implication pass without becoming the explicit accusation that Lisa's intelligence and integrity would demand. Part of this is the show's structural need to not resolve its central premise. If Lisa clearly articulated the radiation contamination theory and was proven correct, the show would be transformed. It would no longer be a comedy with dark undertones. It would be a drama about the consequences of that revelation. The show can't go there. The floating timeline and the episodic reset prevent it. But there's a different way to read Lisa's failure to connect the dots that is more consistent with the radiation theory and more consistent with the show's depiction of what Springfield does to its residents. Lisa is 8 years old. She has been drinking Springfield's water and breathing Springfield's air for her entire life. The contamination that has impaired Homer's cognitive function at one end of the spectrum and that has supercharged Maggie's intelligence at the other end has presumably also touched Lisa. Her extraordinary intelligence may be, in the same way that Maggie's appears to be, a mutation, an amplification produced by the same environmental factor that diminished Homer. But amplification is not immunity. Being very smart in a compromised environment is not the same as being smart in an uncompromised one. The contamination may have given Lisa more intellectual capacity than Homer, while still introducing the same specific vulnerability to the connection between environmental cause and the effects she can observe around her. This would explain something that is otherwise difficult to account for: why Lisa, who can see so clearly in so many directions, consistently fails to see clearly in this one specific direction. It's not a failure of intelligence. It may be a targeted gap, a specific cognitive blind spot engineered into the population through the same mechanism that produced the other symptoms. Lisa can see everything except the source. She can document the effects endlessly: the injustice, the inequality, the environmental degradation, the civic dysfunction, the economic exploitation. She can articulate all of it with precision and passion. She can almost always identify the proximate cause. Burns did this, the mayor allowed that, the corporation prioritized profit over people here. But the distal cause, the one that sits behind all the proximate ones, the mechanism that produced the Springfield, those proximate causes, operate within that one she never quite reaches. She gets close. She gets closer than anyone else in town. And then something redirects her attention, or the episode ends, or the situation resolves through some other mechanism, and she's 8 years old again at the start of the next episode with no memory of how close she came. That is the cruelty at the center of the radiation theory. Not what it does to Homer, who is protected from understanding his own suffering by the same damage that caused it, but what it does to Lisa, who is smart enough to see almost everything and impaired just enough to miss the one thing that would tie it all together. She is the smartest person in Springfield. She has been the show's moral center for 36 seasons. And the system that she is the most equipped to dismantle has, in its deepest architecture, made it specifically impossible for her to see how it works. Extended analysis, the show's relationship to its own buried things. There is a meta level to this entire analysis that deserves acknowledgement before we fully close. The Simpsons is a television show made by human beings who are aware of what they're doing. The buried secrets documented in this ranking were not placed in the material by accident. The people who wrote these episodes, who developed these characters, Who made the specific narrative choices that allowed these patterns to accumulate? They were intelligent, educated, attentive craftspeople who knew their material well. The radiation contamination theory is not something that a casual viewer projects onto the show from outside. It is something that is structurally present in the material built from canonical facts that the writers put there, following a pattern that required decades of consistent maintenance to produce. The coma architecture is not something that a clever theorist invented. It is a pattern of evidence that runs through the post-1993 material, with a consistency that either represents a carefully maintained authorial choice or one of the more extraordinary accidents in the history of television. The writers have occasionally acknowledged awareness of these theories. Some have deflected, some have engaged with knowing winks. Some have created deliberate in-show references to the theories that simultaneously acknowledge and deny them. The seasonal use of Treehouse of Horror episodes to explore darker versions of Springfield's reality versions, where the contamination and the horror are made explicit rather than embedded, suggests an awareness of what the show is doing in its regular episodes and a periodic need to relieve the pressure of that knowledge in contained, consequence-free form. The show knows its secrets. It knows them the way a town knows its secrets, through long familiarity, through the accumulated weight of what has never been directly spoken, through the specific texture of the silence that surrounds certain subjects. What the show has never done, and what, given its nature as a long-running commercial entertainment product, it probably cannot do, is speak those secrets directly. It cannot tell you that Homer is in a coma. It cannot tell you that the contamination is real and intentional. It cannot tell you that Ned Flanders is the saddest man on television, carrying 36 years of caged grief behind a smile that was conditioned into him before he was old enough to choose it. It cannot tell you these things directly, so it tells them to you indirectly. It puts Blinky in the river and moves on. It shows you the medical examination that reveals every disease known to science, and then plays a music cue. It shows you the dream sequence where Homer wakes up from the coma and labels it a hoax planted by hackers. It trusts that someone will look closely enough, that someone will do the assembly, that someone will sit down one evening and start pulling at the threads and not stop until the structure becomes visible. You did the assembly. You pulled the threads. The picture they form is the one the show has been building since the 17th of December, 1989. The nuclear power plant in the background of every outdoor Springfield shot. The cooling towers visible from the Simpson backyard. The yellow faces and the four fingers and the IQ of 55 and the weekly treatments and the three-eyed fish in the river that everyone agreed to find charming. The show has been showing you Springfield. You've been seeing it. The question the show has been sitting with for 36 seasons is the same one every long-running series eventually arrives at. When you've been running long enough, when the secrets have accumulated long enough, when the evidence has been distributed into enough material that the pattern becomes undeniable to anyone who looks, what do you do with it? The Simpsons has answered this question every Sunday night for 3.5 decades. You do nothing with it. You play the couch gag. You reset. You let Bart be 10 and Lisa be 8, and Homer be Homer and Marge be the anchor that holds all of it in place. You let the plant emit its invisible inventory into the air and the water and the children, and you pull the credits, and you thank the audience for watching. And the audience thanks you back by watching again next week. The loop holds. Springfield persists. The secrets stay buried, but you know where they are now. And knowing is the first crack in the tower. End. Credits section. Fall asleep to every Simpsons secret ranked by how hard they tried to bury it. Total runtime. Approximately 2 hours, 45 minutes. If you made it here, or if this put you to sleep an hour ago and you're just waking up now as it ends, both are equally good outcomes. This was made for the long evenings, the late nights, the half-asleep state where things you've always half known start to come into focus. Springfield is still out there. Still resetting. Still yellow. Sleep well. Extended analysis, the Springfield school system, and what it was designed not to teach. There is a building at the center of Springfield that the radiation theory, the Burns conspiracy, and the buried intelligence of the town's children all converge on, and it is Springfield Elementary School. The school is, by every measure the show provides, an institution in sustained failure. Underfunded, understaffed, operating with equipment that was obsolete before most of its current students were born, managed by a principal whose identity is a fabrication and whose relationship with his mother is the defining psychological fact of his existence. The teachers range from the genuinely invested but completely overwhelmed to the barely present to the actively hostile. The physical building has, across the show's run, been depicted as structurally compromised asbestos, failing infrastructure, ancient plumbing, hazardous materials in the walls and floors that the school cannot afford to remediate. The children who attend this school drink from the same water supply as their parents. They breathe the same air. They are, in the radiation contamination framework, receiving the same ongoing environmental exposure as every other Springfield resident, with the additional factor that children's developing nervous systems are more vulnerable to the specific effects of environmental contamination than adults whose development is complete. What does a contaminated school produce? The show answers this question across 36 seasons with remarkable consistency, and the answer looks like Springfield's adult population, cognitively impaired in ways that are individually explainable as personality or circumstance, but that form, in aggregate, a recognizable pattern. Martin Prince is brilliant in ways that make him a social catastrophe. Bart is intelligent in ways the institution cannot access. Lisa is intelligent in ways the institution cannot contain. And the rest of Springfield Elementary student body exists somewhere in the range between Martin's anomalous capability and the general intellectual flatness of the town's adult population. What Springfield Elementary produces, in other words, is Springfield. The institution is not failing at its stated purpose. It is succeeding at its actual one. A school system in a company town serves the interests of the company, whether or not anyone involved is consciously aware of this. The curriculum that doesn't challenge, the grading system that defines success as compliance rather than understanding, the institutional messaging that tells children which of them are capable of something more than what they've been assigned, and which of them should accept their assignment without question. These are not the results of individual teacher malice or administrative negligence. They are the natural output of an institution that exists inside a larger system that has specific needs from the population it produces. Burns needs workers. Specifically, he needs workers who will show up, follow instructions, not ask the wrong questions, and remain grateful for the wages they receive regardless of the conditions under which they earn them. The school system that produces Homer Simpson, the school system that classified Bart as a problem rather than as a kid who needed the right challenge, that spent 8 seasons defining Lisa's intelligence as inconvenient rather than as an asset, that school system is producing exactly the kind of adults that Burns's plant requires. This is not specific to Springfield. The show's writers, many of them products of elite educational institutions, almost certainly understand that what they're depicting is a version of a real dynamic that operates in real company towns and real underfunded school districts. The comedy is Springfield's specific version of something that has real-world parallels. The buried implication is that the failure of Springfield's school system is not accidental, is not merely the result of inadequate funding, is not simply a consequence of the town's general dysfunction. It is a feature. It is the system working as intended. The funding, specifically. Recall that Burns's oil drilling operation in Season 6 gutted Springfield Elementary's budget. This is a canonical fact the show establishes explicitly. Burns didn't accidentally cause a funding shortfall. He actively and specifically removed resources from the institution responsible for educating the children of his workforce, and he removed them in the service of a profit-maximizing operation that benefited him directly. Nobody connected those dots at the time. The episode framed it as motivation for the subsequent Burns shooting, which was dramatically necessary. But the subtler implication that Burns's attack on Springfield Elementary was an investment in maintaining his workforce's cognitive limitations was not the episode's focus, and the show did not return to it. A better-funded school would produce better-educated children who would grow into more economically mobile adults, who would have more options than the power plant, and therefore more leverage against the power plant's working conditions. Keeping the school underfunded is, from Burns's perspective, basic business strategy. The children of Springfield are learning in a building damaged by the same environmental neglect that damages their bodies. They are being educated by a system that was built inside a larger system designed to produce compliant workers. And the one among them most equipped to understand what's happening to her, the 8-year-old who reads above her age level and has been trying to improve her town her entire life, has never quite been given the specific piece of information that would allow her to understand why her efforts keep failing. Springfield Elementary is not just a failing school. It is the mechanism through which the town's managed intellectual impairment is reproduced in each new generation. The show has been showing you this for 36 years. Extended analysis. Marge as the load-bearing wall. Every structure has one component that, if removed, would cause everything else to collapse. In a family sitcom, this component is usually invisible, taken for granted, present in every scene, generating no dramatic tension precisely because it never fails. It is, therefore, the component least examined, least theorized, least understood. In the Simpson family, that component is Marge. The show has, in scattered episodes across its run, explored what happens when Marge is removed from the family's operational center. The results are consistent. The family disintegrates, not gradually, but almost immediately, with a speed and completeness that illuminates just how much of Springfield's everyday livability depends on one woman continuing to perform, day after day, the invisible labor of making everything work. Homer cannot maintain the house. He cannot prepare adequate meals or manage the children's schedules or navigate the bureaucratic requirements of modern family life. Bart drifts toward worse behavior without the moderating presence of a parent who actually sees him. Lisa, who has her own emotional sustaining capacity, still requires Marge's specific attention, the mother who will listen to the saxophone at 2 a.m, who will sit with the grief that comes from being 8 years old and understanding things that 8-year-olds are not supposed to understand. Maggie's dependency is total and physical. In the absence of appropriate care, Maggie's well-being is immediately compromised. The show depicts this directly in episodes where Marge is absent and the family fails at the basic tasks of infant maintenance, not through malice, but through an incapacity so complete it reads as almost biological. The buried question about Marge is, what is the cost of this? The show has periodically explored this question, and the exploration is consistent in what it reveals. Marge has professional talents, artistic talent, organizational intelligence, a set of interpersonal skills that translate readily into professional contexts. In the episodes where she pursues these talents, the painting arc, the police officer arc, the real estate arc, the various professional experiments that run through the series, she consistently demonstrates genuine capability. She is not the person she appears to be in her primary social role. The domestic presentation is a compression of a much larger set of abilities and interests. But the domestic role is consuming, not just in time, though it is consuming in time. In the specific way that a role which is foundational to everything else is consuming, it leaves no margin. There is no slack in the structure that Marge maintains. When she steps outside it even briefly, the structure begins to fail. The speed of that failure is the measure of how much she was doing all along. When Marge experiments with professional life, the house doesn't just become messier, it becomes dangerous, not metaphorically. The children are at risk, the marriage is at risk, the family's basic cohesion is at risk. This is a trap. The trap is not specific to Marge, or to fiction, or to Springfield. It is the trap of being the person that a system depends on so completely that the person's individual needs and desires become incompatible with the system's functional requirements. The system cannot operate without Marge. Marge cannot operate freely while maintaining the system. The resolution of this tension, the show's consistent resolution, across every arc where Marge's professional life is explored, is that the system reasserts its requirements and Marge returns to her foundational role. The show is not unaware of this. The episodes that explore Marge's professional aspirations are not dismissive of those aspirations. They take them seriously, they give them space, they explore both the possibility and the cost. But they also always end the same way. Marge comes back, the family stabilizes, the structure holds. And the show presents this as satisfying, because the structure's stability is genuinely good, the family being intact, the children being okay, the house on Evergreen Terrace being a functioning household, rather than the kind of chaos Homer alone would produce. The satisfaction is real. The ending is not false. But the buried thing beneath the satisfying ending is the question the show raises and then consistently declines to answer. What did it cost her? Not in terms of specific lost opportunities, not as an accounting of career paths not taken, but in the more general sense of a person who spent decades at the center of a structure that could not survive her departure, carrying that weight silently, without visible complaint, without the luxury of the spectacular failures that Homer's version of the same weight would produce. Homer fails loudly. His failures are the show's primary comedic engine. Homer falls off things, breaks things, causes disasters that require the whole family's effort to remediate. His failures are visible and funny, and ultimately consequence-free within the episodic structure. Marge's successes are largely invisible. They are the absence of disasters that would otherwise occur. They are the meals that appear, the homework that gets done, the crises that get managed before they become visible. The show's structure, by definition, cannot spotlight what doesn't happen. It can only spotlight what does happen. Homer's spectacular falls, Bart's elaborate mischief, Lisa's moral crusades, Maggie's silent genius. In every scene where Homer is falling and the family is laughing, Marge is already thinking about how to manage the aftermath. The show knows this. It trusts the audience to know this. What it doesn't quite do, and what the Buried Secrets framework illuminates, when you look at it from the right angle, is acknowledge how specifically the system has been constructed to require this of her and make it nearly impossible to do otherwise. Marge's yellow skin is the same yellow as everyone else's in Springfield. She's been drinking the same water, breathing the same air, living in the same contamination zone that has done measurable damage to every other person in town. The show never quite asks what the contamination has done to her specifically. Not her physical characteristics, which the show's design grammar addresses, but her particular brand of psychological suppression, the worry, the anxiety, the persistent low-level fear that the life she has built and maintains will suddenly become the disaster it's always one Homer moment away from becoming. Whether that anxiety was always there, part of who she is, or whether it is partly a product of the same environmental factors that produced Homer's impulsivity and Ned's suppressed rage and every other Springfield resident's specific psychological peculiarity. The show leaves this unasked. Marge's inner life is the most opaque corner of a family the show has spent decades excavating. Her patience is taken for granted. Her capability is relied upon. Her costs are the one buried thing on this list that the show not only didn't try to hide, but perhaps genuinely doesn't know how to access. Extended analysis, Hans Moleman and the body count nobody counts. Let's spend a more substantial amount of time with the most frequently killed character in American animation history, because the Moleman problem, what the show's internal logic does with a character who dies repeatedly and returns without explanation, is more revealing than it initially appears. Hans Moleman has been killed, by conservative estimate, somewhere between 100 and 200 times across the show's run. The exact number depends on whether you count deaths that occur during fantasy sequences or Halloween episodes or other explicitly non-canonical contexts. But even a conservative count restricting to regular canonical episodes where the show provides no internal disclaimer produces a number that is genuinely startling. He has been hit by cars, buried alive, struck by falling objects of essentially every description, set on fire, drowned, eaten by animals, fallen from heights, electrocuted, crushed, shot, exploded. The variety is remarkable enough to suggest that someone on the writing staff, across multiple show-running eras, maintained Moleman's death as a kind of ongoing creative challenge. How many different ways can we kill this character? The answer, apparently, is as many ways as can be imagined, and he keeps coming back. The show offers no explanation for this. It's treated as pure background comedy, a running gag so familiar that it stopped requiring justification decades ago. Moleman dies. The next episode he's fine. This is accepted. But here is the detail that changes the weight of the gag significantly. Moleman has stated his own age as 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be somewhere between 80 and 100. He is nearly blind. He is frail to the point where even minor physical incidents produce fatal results. He has the physical characteristics of extreme old age, accumulated in what should be a young man's body. If the radiation contamination theory is correct, Moleman is the most extreme visible example of its effects. Something in Springfield's environment aged him catastrophically, took a man in his early 30s, and produced in him the physical deterioration normally associated with very old age. The same environmental factor that mutated Blinky's fish biology, that damaged Homer's cognitive function, that produced the physical characteristics of the town's residents in Moleman, It manifested as accelerated senescence. His body aged, his vitality did not. This would explain both the premature aging and the remarkable resilience. His biological systems are degraded in the ways associated with extreme age, his vision, his structural integrity, his energy levels, but the cellular adaptation produced by radiation exposure has also made him nearly impossible to kill permanently. He dies. His cells regenerate. He returns, looking exactly as he did before the death, ready for the next encounter with Springfield's deeply unsafe physical environment. Molman is, in this reading, the most honest representation of what long-term radiation contamination does to a human body. He displays both the damage and the adaptation. The damage is visible unmistakably, heartbreakingly visible, in the posture and the eyes and the trembling hands. The adaptation is what the show plays for comedy. The death toll that keeps not counting, the body that keeps returning despite everything Springfield does to it. The show has been showing you this character in the background of Springfield scenes for 36 years, letting him absorb fatal damage in return, and playing the rhythm of his deaths for laughs. The buried thing in the Mole Man gag is the specific detail that it isn't a gag, or rather, that it is a gag in which the comedic surface rests on an extremely dark foundation that the show has been consistently careful not to illuminate. A 31-year-old who looks 90, killed dozens of times and returned each time, Springfield's most frequently fatal character, and nobody in Springfield ever stops to ask what his existence actually means. That question, asked seriously, would open a door that Springfield cannot afford to have opened. A 31-year-old who appears 90 because of what the environment did to him is a data point about what the environment is doing to everyone. His accelerated aging is everyone's aging, running faster and more visibly in him because of some specific variation in his biology's response to the contamination. He is, in the radiation theory's framework, a living proof of concept, the version of Springfield's contamination story that is so visible, so dramatic, so undeniable that the town has had to make a specific social decision to not see it. Springfield has made that decision. Molman dies and comes back, and nobody asks why. Nobody files a report. Nobody connects his appearance to his age, though anyone looking at him would have to notice the discrepancy. The town looks at this man and sees a background character, a reliable source of physical comedy, a fixture of Springfield's visual landscape. The show is asking you to do what Springfield won't. Notice. Extended analysis. The guest star encoding. The celebrity guest appearances in the post-coma era of the show are, within the coma theory framework, fragments of external information that Homer's brain incorporated from the ambient noise of his hospital room. But there is an additional layer to how these appearances function that the standard coma theory analysis doesn't fully capture. Consider the specific quality of celebrity self-parody that defines most Simpsons guest appearances. When musicians appear in Springfield, they typically play heightened or simplified versions of their public personas, the things their audience already associates with them, exaggerated for comic effect. When athletes appear, they display the specific attributes that define their public image. When politicians appear, they perform the characteristics that their public profile has most emphasized. This is standard celebrity cameo logic. It requires minimal suspension of disbelief from the audience and provides maximum recognition value. The celebrity is recognizable immediately. The joke is accessible immediately. The appearance serves its purpose and the episode moves on. But in the coma theory reading, this quality of celebrity appearance, the simplified, characteristic, public persona version of each guest, corresponds exactly to how a dreaming brain would construct characters from incomplete information. Homer's unconscious mind doesn't have full access to these celebrities as complete human beings. It has fragments. A name heard on a hospital room television, a song that played on the radio, a voice that drifted through the door from a corridor. The brain uses those fragments to construct a character, a version of the celebrity that corresponds to the information available, which is the public version, the broadcast version, the simplified version that reaches people through media. The celebrities in Springfield are, in this reading, exactly as complex as the information that reached Homer's hospital room about them. No more, no less. They are dream constructions assembled from fragments of broadcast culture, And their characteristic simplicity, the way they always seem to be performing their own celebrity rather than appearing as full human beings, is the tell. It's the dreams seem. Real people encountered in waking life have depth that exceeds their public persona. The celebrities who appear in Springfield have only their public persona, because that's all Homer's unconscious mind had access to when it was building them. This quality of simplification applies beyond celebrities. Consider how all guest characters function in Springfield. They arrive, they play their defined role in the episode's story, and they depart, taking none of the weight of their visit with them. They don't accumulate history. They don't have complications that persist beyond their episode. They are exactly as complex as the narrative requires them to be, and no more. This is the dream logic of characters constructed by a mind with limited information. The regular Springfield cast the characters Homer's brain knows intimately because he knew them before the coma, have depth and contradiction, and the kind of specific inconsistency that comes from having been a real person in Homer's real life. But the guests arrive fully formed in their simple configurations and leave without residue. The show produced this specific quality of guest appearance for commercial and narrative reasons that have nothing to do with coma theory. But the commercial logic and the coma logic produce exactly the same result. The simplicity of Springfield's guest characters is simultaneously a production convenience and, through the lens of Homer's coma, a piece of evidence. Extended analysis: Springfield's democracy and what it votes for. Springfield votes. The show depicts elections, referendums, town meetings, civic processes, the whole apparatus of small-town democratic governance with a consistency and specificity that rewards close attention. What Springfield votes for is illuminating. The town has voted for monorails. It has voted for municipal projects of dubious utility and obvious graft. It has elected a mayor whose corruption is the subject of open town-wide knowledge and who faces no meaningful accountability. It has, as we discussed at length, voted to maintain a fraudulent identity rather than acknowledge the truth. It has voted, in various episodes, to prioritize short-term emotional satisfaction over rational, long-term interest, with a frequency that would be remarkable if it didn't correspond so precisely to the cognitive profile of a population under chronic environmental contamination. The monorail episode is the most famous example of Springfield's civic decision-making, and it deserves more attention than it usually gets as a piece of evidence rather than as pure comedy. A stranger arrives in town, delivers an enormously persuasive sales pitch for a public transportation system the town manifestly does not need and cannot maintain, and the town votes to spend its municipal windfall on it. The pitch works primarily through spectacle and enthusiasm rather than analysis. The opposition to it provided by a sensible character who looks at the proposal's specifics and finds them wanting is drowned out by the crowd's excited response to the stranger's charm and Homer's evident delight. The monorail breaks down almost immediately. It nearly kills Homer. The stranger who sold it turns out to have been a con man. The money is gone. The monorail eventually becomes another Springfield fixture, another piece of the town's accumulated civic dysfunction that the town absorbed and moved past without examining. But what the episode is really doing, and what the show is doing every time it depicts Springfield's democratic processes, is illustrating a specific relationship between cognitive impairment and political manipulation. A population with compromised critical thinking is a population that makes predictable political errors. It responds to charisma over substance. It prioritizes immediate emotional satisfaction over considered analysis. It is vulnerable to confident salesmanship because the capacity to evaluate the substance beneath the sales pitch has been specifically degraded. The town that Burns runs is a town that has consistently elected officials who serve Burns's interests. Not because Burns has manufactured sophisticated propaganda or deployed complex manipulation, because the population's capacity for the kind of critical civic engagement that would produce different results has been reduced to a level where the simplest and most emotionally engaging candidate wins consistently. Mayor Quimby is charming, he is confident. He performs the role of a mayor with a practiced ease that reads as competence to an audience looking primarily at surface presentation. His actual record, the graft, the corruption, the various illegal arrangements with the town's power structure is widely known in the abstract, but never produces the organized political consequence that a fully engaged citizenry would demand. Springfield votes for Quimby because Springfield's cognitive landscape makes him the path of least resistance. The harder path sustained civic engagement, fact-checking. The kind of organized political action that produces accountability requires exactly the cognitive capacities that the contamination has most specifically impaired. This is the most sophisticated argument for the radiation theory as a deliberate strategy rather than a passive byproduct. A population that cannot organize effective political resistance to its exploitation is more valuable to the people exploiting it than a population that can. The cognitive impairment produced by the contamination is, from Burns's perspective, a political dividend. Springfield's democracy is a machine that produces outcomes consistent with Burns's interests, not because Burns has rigged the specific elections, but because the population the elections are conducted among is not operating at its full analytical capacity. The town votes. Every vote demonstrates the contamination's effectiveness, and nobody who benefits from the outcomes has any interest in improving the voting population's cognitive function. Extended analysis, the parallel lives of Homer and Burns. There is a structural symmetry running through the show's treatment of Homer and Burns that becomes visible only when you place their arcs side by side. Both are men whose lives were shaped by the same institution, the Springfield nuclear power plant. Both have been cognitively affected by radiation, Homer through impairment, Burns through a kind of unnatural preservation. Both are defined by their relationship to a specific woman, Homer by Marge, Burns by Smithers. The relationship is not romantic in the show's explicit treatment, but Smithers's devotion to Burns is the most total and defining relationship in his life. Both have lost things to the passage of time in ways that they manage through denial rather than through grief. Homer's denial is unconscious. He cannot process the full weight of his losses, his mother's absence, his wasted potential, the life he might have had because the combination of radiation exposure and the crayon has reduced his capacity for that kind of sustained emotional reckoning. His denial is not a choice. It is the natural output of a damaged processing system doing the best it can. Burns's denial is engineered. He has survived long enough, and with enough clarity of intelligence, to construct an elaborate system of medical, financial, and institutional support whose primary function is to ensure that he never has to stop and fully reckon with what he has done, what he has become, and what the century plus of his operation has cost the people around him. His denial is active. He maintains it with resources that Homer could never access. Both men cannot change. This is the specific parallel that the radiation theory illuminates most clearly. Homer cannot change because the contamination has impaired the cognitive function necessary for the kind of sustained self-reflection that produces meaningful change. He can have moments of clarity. The crayon removal episode showed what he might be, but the baseline reasserts. The damage is too fundamental. Burns cannot change because change would require acknowledging what he is. And acknowledging what he is would require dismantling the system he built to avoid that acknowledgement. The psychological infrastructure of Burns's survival is not just the medical treatments, it's the entire edifice of behavior and narrative and institutional arrangement that keeps him from having to see himself clearly. Dismantling any piece of it is more than he can afford. They are mirror images. Two men trapped by the same substance at opposite ends of the spectrum of its effects. One impaired, one preserved, one powerless, one powerful. One incapable of the analytical clarity that would allow him to understand his situation, one capable of that clarity but structured his entire existence to prevent himself from applying it to his own life. And the most haunting aspect of this parallel, they both, in their different ways, love their families. Homer's love for his family is the most consistent and least conditional thing about him. Whatever else has been damaged, whatever else has been reduced, the love is intact. It is the one thing the radiation didn't reach, or perhaps the one thing his brain protected at the cost of everything else. Burns's love, if that's the right word, is more complicated. The show occasionally suggests that Burns has depths of feeling that his habitual cruelty conceals. There are moments, scattered across many seasons, where something breaks through the armor. A genuine response to beauty, a flash of something that reads like loneliness, a relationship most consistently with Smithers that has the texture of real attachment, even if Burns's way of expressing it is constitutionally inadequate. Both of them are running on the same fuel. The contamination that made Homer what he is and keeps Burns what he is the common substrate beneath both their lives. They are each other's dark reflection, separated by a century of difference in age, a vast chasm in economic circumstance, and the specific accidents of which direction the radiation pushed their respective biologies. They work together every day. Neither of them understands this. Extended analysis, the show's treatment of memory. Memory in The Simpsons is a subject that the show handles in ways that are more consistent and more revealing than they appear on first examination. The standard observation is that the show has no memory that events from one episode don't carry forward into the next, that the characters can't remember the things that happened to them last week. That continuity is loose to the point of near non-existence. This is true as a production description, but what the show does with memory and how it represents the characters' relationship to their own histories is more specific and more interesting than the show has loose continuity. Homer's relationship to his own memory is the most extensively depicted. He forgets things he learned earlier in the same episode. He forgets things he was explicitly told earlier in the same scene. He has, across multiple episodes, demonstrated a relationship to his own immediate past that is not simply poor memory but something more specific. A consistent inability to maintain information that requires sustained analytical engagement to process. He can remember emotionally significant things, the people he loves, their characteristic behaviors, the landscape of his domestic life with great accuracy. He cannot reliably maintain information that requires abstract reasoning or sequential processing. This specific pattern preserved emotional memory, impaired working memory, and analytical retention corresponds to a recognizable profile in clinical neuropsychology. It is not the general intellectual impairment of someone with globally reduced cognitive capacity. It is the specific impairment of someone whose higher-order processing has been compromised, while their emotional and autobiographical memory systems remain relatively intact. This is consistent with certain types of chronic environmental toxic exposure, including radiation. The specific pattern of Homer's cognitive profile, which the show depicts with remarkable consistency across hundreds of episodes, whatever the individual scene demands, fits the radiation theory not just as a dramatic conceit, but as a reasonably accurate representation of a specific type of neurological damage. The town's collective memory failure is a similar pattern aggregated across a population. Springfield doesn't forget everything. It forgets the things that require the kind of sustained analytical processing that the contamination has most specifically impaired. The emotional texture of daily life in Springfield is preserved with great fidelity. People remember their relationships, their personal histories, their affective associations. What disappears is the ability to construct and maintain the kind of analytical narratives that would link the town's individual disasters into a coherent, systemic picture. Residents can remember that a dome came down over Springfield. They cannot maintain, across the gap of a few episodes, the analytical framework that would connect the dome to Burns's environmental violations, to the specific chemicals in their water, to the specific symptoms in their population. Each piece of that chain is within their capacity to process individually. The chain as a whole, the sustained, multi-step analytical narrative that runs from one piece of evidence to the next, to the conclusion exceeds the capacity that the contamination has left them. This is a more precise account of Springfield's collective amnesia than they just forget because of episodic storytelling. Springfield remembers. It remembers selectively, in the specific way that a population with compromised analytical retention would remember with high fidelity for the emotional and experiential content, with consistent failure at the sustained analytical processing that would allow the individual memories to assemble into a coherent and damning picture. The show is showing you this pattern in every episode. It's in the fabric of how the characters relate to their own histories. And the pattern, assembled, is the trace of the contamination's specific effects, the signature of what it has done to the minds it has touched. Extended analysis. The things Springfield remembers. For balance, because this analysis has dwelt considerably on what Springfield forgets, let's spend some time with what it remembers. Springfield remembers its grudges. This is perhaps the most consistent memory function in the show's universe. Grievances, slights, professional humiliations, social embarrassments, these persist with a tenacity that is remarkable in a community so generally susceptible to forgetting the important things. Homer carries resentments across episodes with a consistency that he fails to maintain for lessons or facts or practical information. Ned remembers every perceived slight, even if he cannot express them. Burns's century-long grudge against Mona Simpson persisted without degradation across 27 years. Springfield remembers its social hierarchies. Who is at the top of Springfield's social structure? Who is at the bottom? Who owes what to whom? These arrangements are preserved with great accuracy in the community's collective consciousness. The social map is stable in ways that the factual record is not. Springfield remembers its traditions. The specific rhythms of Springfield life, the annual festivals, the recurring civic events, the predictable patterns of community behavior persist without the selective amnesia that erases other categories of information. The town can forget that it was once sealed under a government dome, but it reliably remembers when to hold the chili cook-off. What these specific memory preservations have in common is that they support the existing social structure. Grudges maintain hierarchies. Social maps encode power arrangements. Traditions reproduce familiar patterns. The things Springfield remembers are, with remarkable consistency, the things that keep Springfield organized the way it is currently organized. The things it forgets are the things that would change it. This is not in the coma theory or the radiation theory or any of the other frameworks we've examined accidental. A population whose memory is organized to preserve the existing social structure and erase the evidence that might challenge it is a population specifically adapted to the requirements of a stable, unchanging system. It is a population that will never revolt, not because its members lack the capacity for outrage, but because the information that would properly direct their outrage is precisely what their memory systems have been most specifically compromised in retaining. Springfield remembers what Burns needs it to remember. It forgets what Burns needs it to forget. Whether this is the result of deliberate design or the natural adaptation of a population to the specific cognitive effects of its contaminated environment, the result is the same. The perfect workforce is the one that can't remember why it should be angry. Extended analysis, what the show owes us. This is not, properly speaking, part of a ranked analysis of buried secrets. But after 36 seasons and thousands of hours of material and the extraordinary depth of fan engagement that has produced the theories and analyses documented in this video, the question deserves to be asked. Does The Simpsons owe its audience an ending? The floating timeline makes this question almost unanswerable in the conventional sense. The show is not structured to end in the way that stories with defined trajectories end. There is no final chapter that has been withheld. There is no resolution that the show has been withholding while it runs through its final seasons. But the buried secrets suggest a different kind of obligation. A show that has been building a coherent hidden picture across 36 years, that has distributed evidence for specific theories in specific ways, that has maintained specific patterns with evident intentionality, that has engaged directly with fan theories by acknowledging and dancing around them rather than flatly ignoring them. That show has, at minimum, a relationship with the people who noticed. Not a debt, exactly, but a relationship. The show knows what its buried things are. The writers who are still producing episodes know, through the long institutional memory of the show's culture, what the radiation theory proposes and why the evidence supports it. They know what the coma architecture suggests. They know where the Mona Simpson story points. They made all of it. They know it's there. What they cannot do, what the commercial and institutional constraints of a successful, ongoing property simply do not permit, is resolve it. An ending that confirmed the coma theory, or that named the radiation conspiracy, or that brought the full weight of Burns's century of crimes to bear in some satisfying, dramatic conclusion, that ending would transform the show from an ongoing franchise into a finished text. It would close doors that the franchise needs to keep open, so the show keeps running. The secrets stay buried. The buried things continue to accumulate, year after year, as new episodes add new evidence to existing patterns and occasionally introduce new patterns for future fans to discover. This is, in its way, the most honest thing about the show's relationship to its buried secrets. The show cannot confirm them and will not deny them. It will continue to distribute evidence into its material with the patient consistency of an author who knows the picture is visible to anyone who looks. And it will continue to play the couch gag in the opening credits and the familiar rhythm of each episode's comedic structure giving the audience what the audience came for while the buried things accumulate in the margins. The buried things are the show's real gift. The comedy is the surface. The love story between Homer and his family is the heart. But the buried things, the 36 years of embedded evidence, the distributed secrets, the carefully maintained patterns that form from a sufficient distance, a coherent and damning picture, those are the show's most sophisticated achievement. The thing it built slowly and quietly, in plain view, while everyone was watching something else. You were watching something else, and then you noticed. That's the beginning. Closing reflections, Springfield, and the world that made it. The reason The Simpsons has lasted 36 years, the reason a comedy about a cartoon family in an impossible yellow town has produced enough material to sustain this analysis, to generate the fan theories, to maintain the kind of passionate engagement that still fills threads and fills hours of commentary, 30-plus years after the pilot, is not that it's the funniest show in television history, though it was. For a significant stretch, close to exactly that. It's lasted because it's accurate. Not accurate in the way that a documentary is accurate or in the way that a news broadcast is accurate. Accurate in the way that a well-constructed mirror is accurate. It shows you something you recognize in a form that allows you to look at it without flinching, and the recognition it produces is the uncomfortable pleasure of seeing something true presented at a distance that makes it survivable. Springfield is America. Not all of America, and not only America, but America specifically and recognizably, the specific anxieties, the specific arrangements of power, the specific relationships between individuals and institutions, between workers and employers, between citizens and their civic structures. The nuclear plant as the economy's foundation. The billionaire as the entity that everything else in the town depends on and therefore cannot challenge. The school that produces exactly the population the existing structure requires. The democratic processes that reliably produce outcomes consistent with the interests of the people who fund them. The buried secrets are the things America does not like to say directly about itself. The ways the system produces the compliance it requires. The ways cognitive capacity is compromised by the conditions of life in the places the system most needs compliance from. The ways a person like Homer can work his whole life for the man who destroyed his family and never know it, because the damage done to him includes the damage to the capacity for that specific knowledge. These are not comfortable things. The show never presents them as comfortable. It presents them as funny, which is a different form of survivable. The laugh that acknowledges the truth rather than avoiding it, that absorbs the darkness rather than denying it. The show lasted because the buried things are real. Not real in Springfield, which doesn't exist. Real in the world that made Springfield, which does. That's what the buried secrets are, assembled and ranked. They are the things that a country doesn't say directly about itself. Encoded in the background radiation of a cartoon about a family that can't change, in a town that can't change, in a loop that won't end, because the loop is the only version of the story that allows the family to stay together. The family stays together. The loop holds. The show goes on. And somewhere in all of that, in the yellow faces and the four fingers and the cracked cooling towers and the three-eyed fish and the weekly treatments and the coma that may or may not still be running somewhere in all of that, the truth the show has been burying for 36 years is still there, waiting. Thank you for all the hours you gave this. Sleep well. Springfield will be here in the morning. SUPL Manental section. The architecture of a buried secret. How Springfield maintains 36 years of hidden structure. When you study the history of how secrets get buried in long-running television series, you find that the mechanics fall into several broad categories. Some shows bury secrets through simple omission. They establish a detail once and then decline to return to it, trusting that volume of subsequent material will push it below the audience's active attention. Some shows bury secrets through contradiction. They introduce a fact, then later introduce a contradicting fact, producing a fog of competing claims that prevents any single version from becoming settled. Some shows bury secrets through genre conventions. They rely on the audience's understanding that certain categories of narrative, the cartoon, the sitcom, the comedy, operate by different rules than naturalistic fiction, and they use those genre expectations as cover for details that would be scrutinized more carefully in a different context. The Simpsons uses all three techniques simultaneously and across multiple layers at once. But what distinguishes its approach from most other long-running series is a fourth technique that is rarer and more sophisticated. It buries secrets through accumulated normalization that happens in real time with the audience. What this means, practically, is that the show introduces something unusual, allows the audience to absorb it as a new normal, and then waits for the new normal to become so familiar that it stops registering as unusual at all. The process takes time, sometimes years, sometimes more than a decade, and it works because the audience experiences the normalization from the inside without the external vantage point that would allow them to see the process happening. Consider the physical characteristics of Springfield's residents. In the show's earliest episodes, there was something that at least registered as novel about the specific visual vocabulary. The yellow skin, the 4 fingers, the distinctive proportions. Not alarming, not demanding of explanation, but novel. The audience was aware, at some low level, that these characters didn't look quite like humans. By season 5, that awareness had faded. By season 10, the visual characteristics of Springfield's residents were not just accepted, but invisible. They had become the baseline against which everything else was measured. When a more naturalistically drawn character appeared, they looked unusual by contrast. The inverted hierarchy of normal had been fully established. Springfield residents looked like what people look like, and everyone else looked like a deviation. This is the normalization process at its most complete. The unusual became the standard, and the process of becoming the standard erased the memory of it ever having been unusual. The audience that laughs at a joke in season 28 about Springfield's distinctive appearance is an audience that has, over 28 seasons, been brought to a position where the appearance is familiar enough to joke about rather than strange enough to question. The buried secret in this normalization is the question that the familiarity now prevents. Why do they look this way? Not as an art direction question, as an in-universe question. Within Springfield's world, what produced these specific physical characteristics in this specific population? The audience stopped asking this question somewhere around season 5, because by then the answer was self-evident. They look this way because they're Simpsons characters, and Simpsons characters look this way. The circular logic of genre convention absorbed the question. The radiation theory provides the in-universe answer that the normalization process suppressed. But the answer now requires more effort to arrive at than it would have required in season 1, because 35 seasons of familiarity have to be worked against before the question can be asked fresh. That is the achievement of accumulated normalization as a burial technique. It doesn't hide the secret. It makes the question that would reveal the secret feel unnecessary. The secret is safe not because it's hidden, but because the habit of looking for it has been trained away. Supplemental section on the question of intent. Having spent considerable time with the evidence for the show's buried secrets, it's worth stepping back and asking the most fundamental question about all of it. How much of this was intended? This is a question that fan theory analysis often avoids or handles superficially because it's genuinely difficult and because the answer matters for how you interpret everything else. An intended secret and an accidentally produced pattern of evidence are, as facts, the same. But they carry very different implications about the show's relationship to its own buried content. There are, broadly, 3 positions available. The first is that the buried secrets were entirely intended that the show's writers, across multiple creative eras and multiple show-running regimes, maintained a consistent set of hidden narrative threads with deliberate awareness, embedding evidence according to a plan, and distributing it across the full breadth of the series with artistic intentionality. This position is the most flattering to the show's creators and the most satisfying for the analytical framework we've been building. It implies that everything is meaningful, that the patterns are designed rather than emergent, that the show is, beneath its comedic surface, a sustained and sophisticated piece of storytelling, in a tradition of works that mean more than they appear to mean. The second is that the buried secrets were entirely accidental, that the patterns visible in the material are the product of confirmation bias applied to an enormous dataset. The show has produced nearly 800 episodes. Any sufficiently large body of material contains patterns that weren't intentionally placed there, patterns that emerge from the statistical properties of large datasets rather than from deliberate design. Someone looking for evidence of a radiation contamination conspiracy in 800 episodes will find it, the argument goes, the same way someone looking for hidden messages in any sufficiently large text will find them. The patterns are real, but their significance is imposed from outside rather than embedded from within. The third position, the one that the available evidence most consistently supports, is that the buried secrets are the result of a complex mixture of intention and accumulation, and that the distinction between these two sources doesn't ultimately matter as much as it might appear. Here is what we know about the show's creative history that bears on this question. The original conception of Springfield, in Groening's development materials, and in the early show's visual grammar, included specific choices that carry more weight in the radiation theory's framework than could be fully accidental. The choice to locate the power plant as a constant background element in outdoor Springfield shots, visible from the Simpson backyard, visible from the school, visible from the highway, was a deliberate compositional decision. The choice to give the residents specific physical characteristics that differ from guest characters was a deliberate design decision. The choice to give Homer an IQ that, stated explicitly in the show, corresponds to clinical intellectual disability was a deliberate character decision. These individual choices were made with awareness of what they were. Whether they were made with full awareness of how they would interact, how they would accumulate across decades, how they would form the substrate of a theory that the show's own creators would later have to address publicly, that is a harder question. The most likely answer is, some was intended, some was intuited, and some was accumulated. The show's early creative team established specific groundwork: the contaminated environment, the cognitively impaired population, the omnipresent plant that was intended to carry meaning. Over seasons, that groundwork became the context within which new writers worked, and new writers added to it in ways that were consistent with its implications, without necessarily being conscious of the full structure they were building into. And across decades, the accumulation of individually intentional details produced a pattern of meaning that exceeds what any individual writer consciously placed there. This is how myths are constructed, not through deliberate design by a single author, but through the accumulated contributions of many creators working within a shared context, each adding to a structure that becomes, over time, more significant than any of them intended in their individual contributions. The Simpsons has produced something that functions like a myth, a coherent, internally consistent account of a specific set of human experiences, embedded in a specific set of images and characters that have become culturally universal, carrying meanings that the surface narrative doesn't fully articulate but that the accumulated material consistently implies. The buried secrets are the mythic substrate. The comedy is the surface that allows the myth to be received. And the 36 years of accumulated evidence, taken together, is the text that rewards the kind of sustained attention that myths reward, the patient, aggregating attention that finds, after enough time and enough careful looking, the picture that was always there. Whether any single writer intended that picture is, in the end, less important than the fact that the picture is real. The patterns hold. The evidence accumulates. The buried things are genuinely buried, and they point in consistent directions when you unearth them. The show made something larger than it knew it was making. That happens with the best work. And the people who noticed, who went looking in the margins of 788 episodes and found the consistent traces of a hidden architecture they weren't inventing, meaning that wasn't there. They were recovering, meaning that the show embedded, perhaps incompletely consciously, across the full breadth of its extraordinary and ongoing existence. Supplemental section: the music that carries what the writing won't say. The score of The Simpsons is, after 36 seasons of being part of the show's fabric, both entirely invisible to most viewers and one of the more sophisticated aspects of the show's buried emotional content. Alf Clausen composed the original run of scores, replaced in later seasons by other composers, and the musical vocabulary he established, the specific emotional language the show uses to signal what its comedy can't directly say is worth examining as a piece of the larger buried structure. The most revealing aspect of the show's musical approach is how it handles the gap between the comedic surface and the emotional reality underneath. There are specific cues, specific musical passages, recurring motifs, the distinctive way the score resolves or fails to resolve at the end of certain scenes that carry emotional content, the dialogue and the visual action don't acknowledge. The most famous example is the ending of the Mother Simpson episode. After Mona has to flee again, After Homer has said goodbye to his mother for the second time, knowing why she left and who drove her away, the final image is Homer alone in his car in the dark, looking up at the stars. The music under this image is not the show's standard comedic closing music. It is something different, slow, melancholy, achingly specific to the emotion of that moment. The shot holds for longer than the show typically holds a final image, and then it ends. That music communicates what Homer cannot say and the show will not say directly, that this loss is permanent, that the reunion was too short, that the years stolen by Burns's grudge are years that will not be recovered, and that Homer, who cannot fully process this analytically, feels its weight in exactly the register that the music inhabits. The music says the buried thing. The dialogue and the visual narrative maintain the show's surface register. And the gap between them, felt in the specific contrast between how a scene looks and how it sounds, is where the show's most honest emotional content lies. This is a form of burial that relies on the audience's relationship to music as a non-analytical form of communication. Music reaches emotional understanding without requiring analytical processing. The audience feels what the music says, without necessarily articulating it as a thought. The understanding arrives at a level below language, below analysis, below the kind of conscious reasoning that would connect the moment to the larger buried structure it belongs to. The show uses music to do this consistently. Every time an episode approaches one of the buried truths, the weight of Homer's losses, the cost of Marge's foundational role, the specific sadness of Ned's conditioned contentment, the tragedy of what Mona's absence did to Homer's development, the score changes register. It descends into something that the comedy won't go to. It acknowledges what the narrative can't afford to sustain. And because music is transient, heard in the moment, absorbed, not re-examinable in the way that dialogue can be re-examined, the acknowledgement passes. The episode ends. The score moves on to the next cue. The next episode's opening music resets the register. And the thing that the music said, in that specific moment, joins the buried things. The show has been speaking in music what it can't speak in words for 36 years. The people who heard it, who noticed that specific shift in register, who felt the gap between what the scene showed and what the score said, those people carried the buried content forward without necessarily being able to articulate what they were carrying. It's there in how people describe loving certain Simpsons episodes without being fully able to say why. In the specific emotional texture of the show, at its best, the quality that people call warmth or heart, but that is actually something more precise. The coexistence of comedy and genuine pain, held in balance by a score that moves between them with a fluency that the writing alone couldn't achieve. The music carries the buried things. And the buried things accumulated across 36 seasons of scores that descend periodically into registers, the comedy can't inhabit form their own record of what the show actually is underneath, what it appears to be. Supplemental sections Springfield's children and what they inherit. We have spent considerable time with the adults of Springfield and the ways the contamination, the institutional structure, and the accumulated secrets have shaped their lives. But the show's most persistent and quietly devastating subject is what it means to grow up in Springfield, and specifically what it means to grow up there when you are the kind of child who is paying attention. Bart and Lisa are, despite everything that distinguishes them from each other, children of the same environment. They drink the same water, they breathe the same air, they attend the same school. They live in the same house, on the same street, within the same effective radius of the same contaminated facility. What they inherit from this shared environment is not the same, and the difference between what it does to Bart and what it does to Lisa is one of the show's most carefully maintained through lines. Bart's inheritance is physical and behavioral. The show's radiation theory framework would suggest that whatever mutation the contamination produced in him manifested primarily in his body and its relationship to risk the skateboard, the physical daring, the apparently reduced sensitivity to consequences that would register as painful deterrents in a more typically calibrated child. His intelligence is present and is, as we discussed, substantially larger than the show eventually allowed him to demonstrate. But his cognitive profile is oriented toward immediate environmental response, quick reading of social situations, rapid tactical thinking, physical problem solving, rather than toward the kind of sustained abstract analysis that Lisa displays. Lisa's inheritance is cognitive and emotional. The show's radiation framework, which produces mutation that amplifies or diminishes specific characteristics rather than producing consistent effects across all exposed individuals, seems to have given Lisa extraordinary analytical and emotional intelligence at the cost of something else. The cost is not immediately visible in the way that Homer's cognitive damage is visible. But it's there in the texture of Lisa's experience in Springfield. Her isolation, her persistent inability to find people who operate at her cognitive and emotional register, her recurring grief at the gap between the world as she understands it and the world as it is. What Lisa inherited from growing up in Springfield is not just her intelligence. It is also the specific pain of being the most perceptive person in a community that cannot see what she sees. That pain is both her inheritance from the contaminated environment that amplified her intelligence and her inheritance from the specific circumstances of her family's life. The mother who carries invisible burdens, the father who loves her without being able to fully meet her, the brother who can't quite be who she needs him to be, the town that consistently fails to be what she needs it to be. Children in Springfield inherit what their parents' generation created. The contamination that shaped Homer and Marge shaped the environment in which Bart and Lisa were formed. The institutional structures that Burns built, the economic dependencies that hold Springfield in place, the civic dysfunction that produces Mayor Quimby, and the safety code violations, and the three-eyed fish, all of it was in place before Bart and Lisa were born. And it will be in place when they grow up, if they grow up, in whatever way the floating timeline will eventually be forced to acknowledge. What they cannot inherit is their parents' protection from understanding what they were born into. Homer's cognitive impairment protects him from the specific anguish of fully comprehending the architecture of his situation. That protection is not available to Bart, whose intelligence manifests in the practical rather than the analytical, and not available to Lisa, whose intelligence manifests in the analytical with devastating completeness. Lisa knows that Springfield is wrong. She has known it since she was old enough to formulate the concept. What she does not know cannot know, because the specific piece of information that would complete the picture has been kept from her with the same systematic effectiveness that has kept it from everyone else is the mechanism of that wrongness. She is 8 years old and brilliant, and she has been trying to fix her town for 36 years. She has been given every tool except the one that would allow her to understand what she is actually working against. That tool is the knowledge of the radiation. The specific, evidenced understanding that Springfield's dysfunction is not a collection of independent problems susceptible to individual reforms, but a single integrated system driven by a single cause that continues to operate because the people with the most incentive to identify and challenge it are the people most specifically impaired from doing so. If Lisa ever got that piece, if she ever sat with all the evidence, all the buried things, all the pieces of the picture that the show has distributed across its full history, she would understand her town completely. And with that understanding, she might be the person who changes it. The show cannot let her have that piece, not because it wants to protect Burns, because giving Lisa the complete picture would end the story. Springfield would change, the loop would break, the family would move past the eternal present tense that the show has maintained for 36 years. So Lisa stays 8. The picture stays incomplete. The piece she needs stays buried. And the show goes on, and Lisa plays her saxophone in her room on Evergreen Terrace, 8 years old and brilliant, and waiting for an answer that is, if you look carefully enough, already there. Supplemental section. What watching does to the watcher. There is one final buried thing in the Simpsons archive that does not appear in any episode and is not visible in any single piece of the show's material. It is, in a sense, the secret that the show produces in its audience rather than in its text. People who grew up watching The Simpsons, who watched it consistently, who absorbed it at the age when formative, aesthetic, and moral and cultural impressions are most deeply made, carry a specific relationship to the show's worldview that is not fully conscious and not easily articulated. The show's specific moral and satirical perspective became, for a generation of viewers, a kind of baseline, the lens through which American institutional life is most naturally viewed. The corrupt mayor who survives indefinitely, the billionaire employer who can't remember the name of the man who works for him, the nuclear facility with hundreds of violations that continues to operate, the democratic processes that reliably produce outcomes consistent with the interests of the people who fund them. The smart child who cannot get the system to take her seriously. The gentle man whose goodness is a cage rather than a freedom. The family that loves each other through every dysfunction and every disaster and never quite gets to simply rest. These are Springfield archetypes. They are also recognizable features of the actual world, and for a generation that absorbed the Springfield version before they encountered the actual version, the recognition when they did encounter the actual version was complicated by the familiarity. Springfield prepared them, made the real versions feel like something they had already, in a sense, processed. The buried secret here is the show's specific cultural function. It inoculated its audience against shock. A person who grew up watching the Springfield nuclear power plant operate with its 342 violations and its luminous rats and its incompetent safety inspector, and watching the town accept this as the normal cost of keeping the lights on, has been rehearsing a specific form of acceptance. They have been practicing, episodically, the specific cognitive move of seeing something terrible and finding the funny angle and moving on. The show trained this response in millions of people, simultaneously, over decades, in prime time. This is not a conspiracy. It is not an intentional project of normalization designed to produce passive audiences. It is simply the specific effect of a specific show, produced over a specific length of time, during the period when its viewers were most susceptible to the kinds of impressions that last. The show was genuinely trying to do something different. It was trying to say, through comedy, things that straight drama couldn't say, to use the distance of satire to approach truths that felt too heavy for direct handling. And it succeeded at this. The buried secrets we've been examining are the record of that success. The places where the show actually got close to the truth, where the satirical approach allowed something genuinely accurate about American institutional life to be embedded in material that people watched and laughed at and absorbed. But a satire can achieve two different effects depending on how it lands. It can produce critical distance, the laughter that creates space for recognition and resistance. Or it can produce comfortable familiarity, the laughter that makes a thing feel known and therefore manageable and therefore not requiring of action. The Simpsons has, across 36 years, oscillated between these two effects in ways that are genuinely difficult to track from the inside. There are episodes that clearly push toward the first effect, where the satire produces a recognition that is uncomfortable rather than comforting, where the comedy doesn't fully absorb the darkness it's working with. And there are episodes that push toward the second, where the familiar rhythm and the reliable laugh make the terrible thing feel like part of the furniture. The buried secrets tend to live in the first category. The Blinky episodes, the Mona Simpson story, the moments where Homer's losses become fully visible rather than comic, these are the places where the show doesn't quite let the comedy do all the work, where the thing underneath the joke is present and traceable. The audience that found those moments, that carried them forward, that built theories from them, that assembled the buried picture over decades of careful attention, that audience did the work of the first effect. They took the satire seriously as satire and followed its implications further than the show itself could go. What they found, and what we've been examining in this ranking, is a complete and coherent critique embedded in a comedy about a cartoon family in an impossible town. A critique that names the structures it critiques precisely. That traces the contamination to its source. That shows, in the specific lives of specific characters, what those structures do to the people living inside them. The show buried it. The audience found it. That's the whole story, really. The buried thing and the finding of it. The system and the people who notice the system. The Springfield that presents itself and the Springfield that's actually there. The show that makes you laugh and the show that's been quietly telling you why that laughter is necessary. Both are true. Both are the same show. 36 years. 788 episodes. Everything buried. Everything findable. And Bart Simpson, 10 years old, still looking for trouble in the only town he'll ever know. End of script. Production notes for VoiceOver 11 Labs. Pace. This script is designed for a slow, measured, story narration cadence. Aim for approximately 130 words per minute throughout. This is a sleep, ambient listening format, and the pace should feel unhurried. Slightly slower on section transitions. Tone. Warm documentary narrator. Think, someone telling you a long, interesting story at the end of the night. Not breathless, not urgent. The kind of voice that trusts the content and doesn't need to oversell it. Emphasis: avoid heavy stress on individual words. The emphasis in this script is structural. It lives in pacing and pause, rather than in vocal dynamics. Long sentences should be delivered with internal breath pauses that maintain flow without rushing. Pauses at section breaks marked with allow 3 to 4 seconds of silence. At paragraph breaks within sections, allow 1 to 2 seconds. This is ambient content, and the silence is part of the experience. Tone at emotional moments. Particularly in the Mona Simpson section, the Ned Flanders analysis, and the coma theory's emotional conclusion, the delivery should be quieter and slower, not more intense. The heaviness should come through restraint rather than dramatization. Deep. Dive the Springfield power plant as symbol, machine, and living character. There is a case to be made that the Springfield nuclear power plant is the most important character in the history of The Simpsons. Not Homer, whose emotional life the show has explored with depth across hundreds of episodes. Not Burns, whose arc from historical villain to decrepit monster to occasionally pitiable ancient carries the most dramatic weight of any single character across the series. Not Lisa, whose moral intelligence is the show's conscience and whose persistent hope is the show's most guarded and most vulnerable emotional resource. The plant. The plant appears in the background of more scenes than any character. It is visible from the Simpson backyard, from the highway, from high ground anywhere in Springfield. Its cooling towers are the horizon of the town's visual world. It is the first fact of Springfield's geography, the thing you see before you see anything else about the place. It is also, within the show's internal logic, the first fact of Springfield's economy, its public health situation, its political structure, and its characters' cognitive landscapes. The plant is not background. It is the frame within which everything else exists. And the show has consistently underplayed the plant's centrality, consistently framed it as workplace comedy rather than as the organizing principle of the entire town's reality through the most reliable burial technique it has: Homer. Homer's daily experience of the plant is the audience's daily experience of the plant, and Homer's experience is comic. It is the office comedy of an incompetent man in a dangerous job, generating laughs from the gap between what the job requires and what Homer can provide. The reactor core is a punchline. The control room is a setting for naps. The violations are opportunities for Homer-based absurdism. The comedy is real. The laughs are earned. And the comedy, in the process of being real and earned, performs the most effective burial in the entire show. It makes the plant funny, and once something is funny, it is very difficult to make it frightening again. The register has been set. Try to imagine watching the plant footage, the cracked towers, the luminous rats, the glowing waste without the comedy attached to it. Try to sit with the facility as it is, stripped of Homer's oblivious presence and the jokes it generates, and look at what you're actually seeing. A nuclear facility with 342 documented safety violations, operated by a man who has a direct personal interest in those violations not being remediated, staffed by a safety inspector whose cognitive function the show explicitly quantifies as severely impaired, located in a residential community whose water supply is downstream from its discharge points. Without the comedy, that's a horror scenario. That's the kind of industrial situation that, in the real world, produces documented disasters, the kind that get congressional hearings and federal prosecutions and multi-decade cleanup operations, the kind that generate the exact consequences, playing out in the biological characteristics of affected populations, that the radiation theory proposes have been playing out in Springfield for decades. The comedy protects the show from being that horror scenario. It also, in the process, protects Burns from being the figure that horror scenario requires. The man who built the facility maintains it in its violated state and has profited from its operation while bearing none of the costs his neighbors bear. Without Homer, without the incompetence and the donuts and the falling asleep at the console and the one time he threw a donut into the reactor to see if it would grow larger, without all of that, Burns's choice to keep Homer in the safety inspector role reads differently. It reads as precisely what the radiation theory proposes it is: the deliberate placement of a maximally incompetent person in the role most critical for preventing the documentation and remediation of violations that Burns needs to maintain. The comedy is the burial. Homer is the burial mechanism. And the plant is the buried thing, the actual horror scenario that sits underneath 36 years of workplace comedy, unchanged and continuing to operate, generating the same invisible consequences for the same people in the same radius, while the audience laughs at the donut joke. The plant's history is as long as Burns' history, and is, in the show's scattered references, at least as dark. The facility predates many of its current workers. It was established in Springfield during a period of American industrial expansion, when nuclear power represented the triumphant future, clean, unlimited, the promise of energy so abundant it would effectively be free. The optimism of that era, which produced nuclear facilities across the American landscape with a speed that outpaced both safety practice and regulatory framework, is the specific historical context in which Burns established his operation in Springfield. The violations that exist today in the Springfield plant are not the result of recent negligence. They are the accumulated residue of decades of deferred maintenance, of safety standards that changed as the science developed while the facility continued operating under its original construction parameters, of the specific institutional logic of a facility owned by someone with no interest in the safety upgrades that regulatory evolution would require. The 342 violations are a geological record. Each one is a layer of time, a specific moment at which a specific system failed or was not maintained or was patched rather than repaired, and the patch held long enough for the next problem to arrive. This is how industrial disasters accumulate. They are not single events. They are the result of multiple, simultaneous deferred decisions, each one individually manageable, each one tolerated because the tolerance was cheaper than the remedy, until the aggregate reaches a threshold at which the system's failures become visible in their consequences rather than just their conditions. Springfield has been living in the consequences for decades. The three-eyed fish was an early visible consequence. The physical characteristics of the town's population, if the radiation theory is correct, are the sustained ongoing consequences. The cognitive impairment, the specific pattern of memory and analytical failure, the way the town consistently cannot maintain the kind of sustained critical attention that would allow it to connect the visible symptoms to their cause, these are the consequences of a specific industrial failure that has been ongoing for the entire run of the show. And the plant keeps running. Because the town depends on it. Because Burns can't afford to fix it. Because the system that would enforce the fixes has been shaped by the same arrangements that allowed the violations to accumulate. Because the people who would have the most incentive to challenge the plant's continued operation in its violated state are the people whose capacity for that specific kind of organized challenge has been most specifically impaired. The plant runs, the cooling towers crack, the waste finds its way to the water, and every evening the sun goes down behind the silhouette of those towers, visible from the Simpson backyard, and Homer comes home from work and Marge has dinner ready, and the kids have been doing whatever the kids do, and the family gathers on the couch, and the show plays, and the loop continues. The plant is in the background of the closing image, as it always is, as it has always been, as it will always be, still cracking, still leaking, still there. Deep dive the show's relationship with its own age. The Simpsons is now old enough that many of its current viewers were not alive when it premiered. The show that premiered in December 1989 enters its 37th season in 2025, which means that a viewer who encountered it for the first time at age 10 in its second season would be in their mid-40s now. The children who grew up with the show are middle-aged. The show that depicted the anxieties of working-class family life in late 20th century America is now depicting the same anxieties, in the same family, in the mid-21st century, having absorbed 4 decades of cultural change without allowing the family to absorb 4 decades of time. This creates a specific and peculiar relationship between the show and its most devoted audience that neither the floating timeline convention nor any of the fan theories quite fully account for. The show stopped aging before its audience did. That's the plain, uncomfortable fact of The Simpsons' longevity. The people who grew up with it have gray hair now. Their children grew up, grew out of the show, and the show itself is still there, still on the air, still in the same Sunday evening slot, still showing the same family at the same ages in the same house. The audience has moved through time. The show has not. This asymmetry produces something that the show's creators almost certainly did not fully anticipate when they committed to the floating timeline. The gradual emotional weight of seeing a family you've watched for decades remain stubbornly, impossibly young, while the world you've watched from keeps aging around them. A viewer who is now 40, watching an episode of The Simpsons that aired this season, is watching a family they first encountered when they were 10 years old, as a family that has not changed. The Bart on screen is the same age as the Bart they watched 30 years ago. The Homer on screen is the same Homer. The house on Evergreen Terrace is the same house. The couch gag plays, the opening credits run, and there they are. What does it mean, emotionally, to watch people you have known for 30 years who have not aged while you have? Not fictional people in a story that ended, people in an ongoing story that has no ending in sight, who will be the same age when you are 60 as they were when you were 10. The show has answered this question, obliquely and occasionally, in episodes that are aware of their own longevity. The self-referential material in later seasons, the jokes about the show's improbable length, the meta-commentary on the floating timeline, the occasional fourth-wall glances at the audience. These are the show's acknowledgments that it has outlasted its original relationship to time, and that the outlasting requires some kind of response. But the most honest response to this asymmetry is in the buried things. The coma theory, most obviously. If Homer is dreaming, then the reason the family doesn't age is that they exist in a dream, and dreams don't have the same relationship to time that waking life does. This is emotionally true for the audience as well. The Simpsons lives in the part of the audience's relationship to time that is more like dreaming than waking, the part where things from the past remain as vivid and as present as they were when they were happening, where the family you first encountered 30 years ago is still there, unchanged, on the couch, every Sunday night. The buried secret of The Simpsons' age is not the floating timeline or the specific mechanism the show uses to justify its characters' eternal youth. The buried secret is what it means that the show has outlasted the normal human experience of time, that it has become a fixed point in a world where everything else moves, a stability that the audience returns to precisely because it doesn't age, precisely because the family is always there. And the thing that staying costs, the thing that the radiation theory and the coma theory and all the other frameworks for understanding why Springfield never changes are really describing, is the price of permanence. The loop doesn't hold for free. The family stays together at a cost that the show has been quietly, systematically documenting for 36 years. The cost is the contamination that keeps them mutated. The cost is the dream that keeps Homer unconscious. The cost is the collective denial that keeps the town from seeing what has been done to it. The cost is that Burns is still running the plant, still living off his weekly treatments, still the richest and most powerful man in a town he has been poisoning for as long as the show has been running. The audience gets the couch, the family, the eternal present tense of Evergreen Terrace. Springfield pays for it. That's the exchange. That's the buried thing at the heart of the show's longevity. And whether or not anyone intended it when the show began, it has been accumulating its truth for 36 years in every frame where the plant is visible in the background and the family is warm in the foreground. The plant behind them, the family in front of them, the cost and the thing the cost is paying for. Still there, both of them. Deep dive. The specific loneliness of Lisa Simpson. This analysis has returned to Lisa repeatedly and will return to her once more because the specific quality of her loneliness, the particular form of isolation that the show has documented with such consistent accuracy across its full history, is the buried thing that is most difficult to articulate and most important to try. Lisa is alone in Springfield in a way that no other character in the show is alone. The show depicts other forms of isolation: Homer's intermittent detachment from the social world around him, Ned's prison of conditioned kindness, Sideshow Bob's trapped intelligence, Marge's invisible burdens. These are real and significant forms of isolation, and the show handles them with care. But Lisa's loneliness is qualitatively different from all of them. Homer's loneliness is intermittent and self-unaware. He cycles in and out of it without sustained consciousness of what it is. The cognitive impairment that prevents him from analyzing the architecture of his suffering also prevents him from fully feeling the specific weight of isolation. His emotional life is vivid but not analytical. He feels things. He doesn't sit with them. Ned's loneliness is suppressed. The conditioning keeps it below the level where it could be fully experienced as loneliness, rather than as something else: the vague dissatisfaction that he cannot name, that the conditioning redirects before it can accumulate into recognizable grief. Burns is not lonely in any sense the show depicts as painful. His isolation from ordinary human connection is so complete and so long established that it has become the natural state of his existence. He was lonely once, perhaps. The show occasionally gestures at a version of Burns before the century of accumulated villainy, a person who might have been capable of something else. But that person is not accessible from the Burns the show presents. He is too far along. Lisa's loneliness is conscious, sustained, and specifically about intelligence. She knows she is alone. She knows why she is alone. She can articulate, with the precision of an unusually gifted child, exactly what it is about her that Springfield cannot accommodate and exactly what the cost of that incompatibility is for her daily existence. She is 8 years old, and she has been living with this knowledge for as long as the show has been running. She has known, since before she had the language for it, that she is in a world that does not understand her, and that her not being understood is not because she has failed at communication, but because the gap between her and most of Springfield is genuine and substantial and not reducible. Through effort, this is a specific form of grief. It is the grief of a person who is genuinely capable and finds themselves in a context that cannot use what they are. Not frustrated ambition, something quieter and more fundamental. The grief of a mind that has no peers in its immediate environment, of a person who can see with great clarity and who has no one to show what they see. The show gives Lisa moments of relief, the brief, recurrent encounters with people who can meet her at her level, who understand what she's saying and respond to it, who create the experience of being known. These moments are carefully placed. They feel significant within the episodes that contain them. And then they end, because the floating timeline requires them to end. Because the episode ends and everything resets, and Lisa is 8 years old again at the start of the next episode, and the person who understood her is gone. This specific structure, the temporary encounter with understanding, followed by the reset to isolation, is the cruelest aspect of the floating timeline as it operates in Lisa's storyline. Homer's resets mostly restore him to a baseline that is, given his cognitive limitations, not particularly painful. Bart's resets restore him to a baseline that is, given his adaptations, relatively navigable. Lisa's resets restore her to the loneliness. Every meaningful encounter she has, every friendship, every moment of genuine intellectual and emotional connection, it resets. She's 8 again. They're gone. The show knows this is cruel. The episodes that focus on Lisa's loneliness are among the most carefully handled in the series. They don't play it for comedy, they sit with it, they let her grief be real and specific and unresolved. They are the episodes that adult viewers of the show tend to remember as the ones that got to them, the ones they watched as children, and that the show was clearly doing something with that went beyond what they had vocabulary for at the time. What the show was doing was documenting a specific real experience. What it feels like to be the kind of child who understands things before their environment is ready to engage with those things. The isolation of early and unusual intelligence. The specific loneliness of seeing clearly in a world that isn't looking. Lisa knows the Springfield buried secrets before they are articulated as secrets. She senses the structure of what Burns has done to the town. She feels the weight of the radiation contamination in the evidence she can access. She perceives the Tamsarian mechanism in Springfield's institutional behavior without having a name for it. She sees Ned's suppressed interior in the specific quality of his forced cheer. She understands, at some level she cannot fully articulate, that something about her family's situation is the product of a system that has been operating against them long before she was born. She sees all of it. She has been seeing it for 36 years. She cannot complete the picture because the piece that would complete it, the specific mechanism, the specific source, the specific acknowledgement that what she sees is real and connected and the product of deliberate design, has been kept from her with the same effectiveness with which the show keeps it from the audience that cannot quite make the final assembly. She is the show's conscience. She is also its most sustained example of what a conscience costs in a world that would rather not have one. To everyone who made it this far, you have now spent more time in Springfield than many people spend in actual places they love. The secrets are yours now. Carry them gently. Sleep well. Final reflections. The 36-year accumulation. There is a specific pleasure that comes from looking at something very large from very close up for a very long time and then stepping back far enough to see the whole shape. The Simpsons is very large. 788 episodes as of this writing, with more arriving, more than 400 hours of material, more if you count the extended cuts and the theatrical release, and the various spin-off and ancillary content that has accumulated around the main series. It is, by almost any metric of volume, among the most substantial bodies of work produced in the history of popular culture. Looking at something that large from close up, watching it episode by episode, week by week, in real time as it was originally broadcast, or in binges that compress the timeline but maintain the episodic sequence, produces a specific relationship to the material. You know the texture well. You know the characters deeply. You have strong opinions about specific episodes and specific seasons and specific decisions the show made that you feel were or were not right. You have the fans' intimacy, the granular, detailed, loving, and sometimes frustrated knowledge of a specific piece of work that comes from sustained attention across years. What you don't have, from that close, is the shape. The shape only becomes visible from further away, and further away doesn't mean watching less carefully, it means watching in a different register. It means pulling together the granular knowledge and allowing it to reorganize itself into larger patterns. It means treating the 788 episodes not as a sequence of individual stories, but as a single body of work that has been building something across its full history. What it has been building, as this analysis has attempted to show, across 12 ranked secrets and several extended supplemental analyses, is a picture. A coherent, internally consistent, carefully maintained picture of a specific place and its specific embedded realities. The picture has Springfield in it. The town, the plant, the cooling towers, the river with the three-eyed fish, the school, the church, the mayor's office, Moe's bar. It has the Simpson family, Homer with his impaired intelligence and his bottomless love, Marge with her invisible load-bearing role, Bart with his buried intelligence, Lisa with her sustained and costly perceptiveness, Maggie with her deliberate silence and her extraordinary hidden capability. It has Burns, sustained by his weekly treatments, managing his radiation exposure with the precision he would never apply to his workers' exposure. It has Ned, performing a goodness that was built over a suppressed self that the conditioning keeps imprisoned. It has Sideshow Bob, the trapped intelligence finding its only meaningful engagement in the only person in Springfield who can actually see him. It has Mona Simpson, the fugitive mother whose absence shaped her son in exactly the ways that her absence's cause required. And it has the mechanism, the specific, organized, decades-long system by which Springfield's buried things stay buried. The vote that exiles truth. The legal decree that makes memory illegal. The institutional amnesia that operates not as a glitch but as a designed feature. The cognitive impairment that keeps the population from assembling the picture that their exposure to the contamination would, in a population with unimpaired analytical capacity, inevitably produce. All of this is the show. All of this is in the show. The comedy is real, and the warmth is real, and the love the Simpson family has for each other is the realest thing the show has ever produced. And also this. Both are true. Both are the same show. 36 years ago, a cartoonist with a specific satirical vision and a specific visual vocabulary sat down and drew a family. A yellow family, as it happened, with 4 fingers and a specific way of holding their faces that corresponded to nothing in observed human anatomy. And that family was placed in a town, and the town was given a plant, and the plant was given violations, and the violations were given a man who would not fix them. And the show that resulted from these choices has been running, continuously, for 36 years. And in those 36 years, it has accumulated the specific buried content that this analysis has been excavating, the secrets hidden in plain sight, the patterns distributed across enough time to be invisible from close-up, the buried picture visible only from the distance that 36 years of material provides. You have spent this time building that distance. You have been here long enough and attentive enough that the shape, which was always there, has been becoming visible. The cooling towers in the background of every shot, the yellow faces in every scene, the specific quality of Homer's forgetting and Lisa's seeing and Ned's performing and Burns's surviving. You know where the secrets are now. You have the map. Springfield is still out there. The loop is still running. The plant is still cracking. The fish still has 3 eyes. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, if the coma theory is right, Homer Simpson is still dreaming of his family on a couch on Evergreen Terrace, in a town that never ages, in a world where the beer is always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. He's still there. He's been there since the 1st of April, 1993. And every episode that airs is another night of the dream. This script was designed for ambient, relaxing listening. If it brought you to sleep before the end, good. That was one of the things it was for. The secrets keep until morning. Springfield will still be here. Appendix quick reference. The ranking. For listeners who want a clean reference, here is the complete ranking one more time. Ranked Hasson 0, the Blinky cover-up. The environmental contamination made visible in a 3-eyed fish, then transformed from evidence into icon through sustained normalization, buried through comfort and familiarity rather than active concealment. Ranked #9, the death of Snowball the First. A Quimby family member killed the Simpsons' first cat, drunk, with no consequence. A small, precise portrait of how power operates in Springfield, delivered as backstory and never returned to. Ranked #8, the real reason sideshow, Bob keeps coming back. The revenge plot is the surface. Underneath, the only genuine mutual recognition in Springfield, between two unusually capable people who cannot stop finding their way back to each other. Ranked #7, the Burns dynasty. 130 plus years of specific crimes, a stolen $1 trillion bill, a biological weapons laboratory, sustained environmental contamination buried through episode by episode treatment, and the sheer volume of material that surrounds each individual incident. Ranked #6, Bart's buried intelligence. The systematic compression of Bart's actual capabilities across the series, driven by the show's institutional need for Homer to remain central, and for Bart to not be the person who solves the problems the show needs Homer to be failing at. Ranked #5, the Flanders Files. Ned's conditioned niceness, his suppressed rage, the psychiatrist who built a cage around a feral child's anger, and the show's consistent return to the cheerful baseline that makes the cage invisible. Ranked #4, Mona Simpson's underground life. Burns' 7-year grudge against a woman who stopped to help him up, and the 3 generations of Simpsons the grudge damaged. The conspiracy that shaped Homer before he was born. Ranked #3, the Armin Tamzarian mechanism. The one episode that shows you the machinery, the vote, the legal decree, the enforcement mechanism that enables every other reset and every other buried secret in the show's history. Ranked #2, the coma architecture. Every piece of evidence that Homer never woke up from the vending machine accident in April 1993. The theory that explains the aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, and the show's deepest emotional logic. A father dreaming of his family because they're the only thing worth dreaming about. Ranked #HASHON, the radiation conspiracy. Burns' intentional maintenance of a contaminated environment in which his workforce cannot organize the cognitive or institutional resistance necessary to challenge his operation. The buried secret that makes every other buried secret on this list make sense. Total runtime estimate: approximately 3 hours, 20 minutes at 130 words per minute. Fall asleep to every Simpsons secret, ranked by how hard they tried to bury it. Thank you for listening. Addendum: the things the show never got to say. Every long-running show accumulates a shadow archive of things it almost did, stories it developed and abandoned, directions it pointed toward and then retreated from. The Simpsons shadow archive is particularly rich because the show has been running long enough and has been staffed by writers attentive enough to their own material that the almost stories are sometimes as revealing as the actual ones. There is the version of the Mona Simpson storyline that was considered in early development, in which the connection between Mona's activism and Homer's subsequent life at the plant was made explicit within the show's universe, where Homer, having learned the truth about his mother's history, would confront Burns directly. This version was apparently discussed and set aside, partly because the confrontation would have required a significant departure from the show's comic register, and partly because resolving the core tension between Homer and Burns would have changed the dynamic that drove much of the show's workplace comedy. The version that was made is more elliptical, more distributed, more powerful in some respects precisely because it leaves the explicit confrontation unarranged. Homer learns who Burns is to his family's history and cannot make the connection. The tragedy is in the inability, not in the avoidance. But the abandoned, more explicit version suggests that the show knew, at the level of creative discussion, what the implication of the Mona story was and made a deliberate choice about how much of that implication to bring forward. There is the version of the Burns storyline that several writers have referenced in interviews and commentary tracks, in which Burns's specific medical regimen, the weekly treatments, the disease equilibrium, the dependence on controlled radiation exposure would have been developed into a longer-form narrative about what it actually means for one person to live that long with that much knowledge of what they have done. A Burns who is forced, by the deterioration of his medical infrastructure or by some specific plot development, to reckon with the full scope of what his century-plus of operation has produced. This version also remained undeveloped beyond scattered gestures. The reckoning story for Burns is the story the show has been pointing toward for decades and has consistently declined to tell. It would require Burns to be a protagonist rather than an antagonist. And more than that, it would require the show to fully inhabit the perspective of someone who has made every choice Burns has made and to ask, in full, what that life actually is from the inside. That's a darker story than The Simpsons wants to be. So it remains in the shadow archive. The Burns reckoning that was considered and not made, visible in the show's occasional gestures toward Burns's interior but never fully realized. There is the version of the Lisa storyline in which she gets the piece she needs. The episode, probably a finale, probably a significant milestone episode in which Lisa assembles the radiation evidence and presents it, and the show commits to the consequences. The episode in which the buried secret at the top of this ranking is not buried anymore. This episode cannot exist while the show is still running. It would end the show, or change it so fundamentally that it would no longer be the show it has been. But it is arguably the episode the show has been building towards since the first season, and the fact that it cannot be made that the institutional and commercial constraints of an ongoing franchise prevent the one resolution the show's buried structure most consistently points toward is the deepest and most unavoidable irony in The Simpsons' history. The show built a mystery, a real mystery, with real evidence, embedded across decades of material, and the mystery cannot be resolved because resolving it would end the context that makes the mystery possible. The loop is the secret and the secret is the loop. Lisa stays 8. The plant keeps running. The evidence accumulates. And the show goes on, adding evidence to the file, maintaining the buried structure, trusting that the people who look carefully enough will find what has always been there. They always do. That's the thing about buried things. They have a way of surfacing, eventually, when enough people are looking in the right place at the right time. Springfield has been waiting for those people for 36 years. Here we all are. This is the end. Sleep well. Final addendum on staying awake and drifting off. This script was built for two kinds of listening, and they're not as different as they might seem. The first kind is attentive, the kind where you're following the argument, building the picture, tracking the evidence from one entry to the next. If that's how you listened, you now have a complete framework for the buried secrets of The Simpsons. You have the ranking, the evidence, the extended analyses, the supplemental discussions, the picture is assembled, the buried things are named, the mechanism is visible. The second kind is ambient, the kind where the narration becomes texture, where the words are present without being processed, where the voice is company rather than information delivery, and the meaning finds you sideways, slipping in at the edges of your attention in the state between waking and sleep. If that's how you listened, or how you drifted off somewhere in the middle, that's also how the show works. 36 years of Springfield has accumulated in most people who've watched it the same way, not through deliberate study, not through conscious assembly, but through the slow, accumulating texture of repeated exposure. The show found its way in sideways, and the buried things found their way in with it. Both kinds of listening are valid. Both are the things this was made for. Because the buried secrets of The Simpsons are not academic subjects. They are felt things. They are the texture of having grown up with this show, of having absorbed its specific worldview, of having let Springfield be the lens through which you first understood certain things about how the world is organized, and who it serves, and what it costs the people who live in it without sufficient resources or sufficient immunity. You know those things now because Springfield taught them to you. Maybe not explicitly, maybe not in any single episode or moment you can name, but across the accumulation, across the years, across the specific way the show held up the mirror and trusted you to see yourself in it. Springfield taught them to you. The buried secrets are the curriculum. The comedy was how you stayed awake through the lesson. And if you're drifting off right now, if the voice has become texture and the words have become the particular ambient quality of a late evening in a familiar place, that's fine. The lesson will still be there in the morning. It always is. It's been there for 36 years. Springfield is patient.